It is new microphones.
New sound system.
My hand just went up here to get the mic without even looking, and I realized there's nothing there. I need to see if I'm close enough.
You don't have to be close.
I don't have to be close.
Yeah, as long as the red light is on and it's pointed at your face, you should be able to be picked up pretty much anywhere in that seat. There's a 90-degree cone that comes out, so you can sit back as long as you want, and still we should be able to hear you. So
Yeah, and the other request is that you leave it pointed at you, not redirect it, because then it just gets forgotten. So this is supposed to pick you up. It's supposed to alternate the speakers behind you to eliminate feedback, so should be able to hear better at the dais as well as in the audience.
So, moral of the story, don't mumble to myself out loud here.
Correct.
All right.
Assume that the mic is hot.
The mic is hot. All right, it is time for our study session, and the papers I need are in the briefcase behind me. I will get them. I just can't remember who is leading our discussion.
I'll turn it over to Martha Tasker. It is river related, and she has a team with her that's been working really hard on this topic, and a lot to report and share with you.
Thank you, Mayor. Martha Tasker, Director of Utilities. And we do have a lot to share with you today.
Just a second.
Is the podium mic on?
We have
Yeah.
Okay. So, again, do have a lot to share with you today about the Smoky Hill River Renewal Project. It's like to talk about the RAISE grant and then follow up in the City Commission meeting on the core project for the feasibility study. But I thought it was important that you kind of understand the schedule for both projects, so as you come to the end of our City Commission agenda item, you know how they mix together and how they work financially and by time. And so today have Eric Dove with HDR. He's our project manager for the River Renewal Project, and also was deeply involved in the RAISE grant application. And with him is John Denlinger, and he functions as the U.S. Army Corps of Engineer liaison for HDR. And also with us is Seth Learman. He's the project manager with the Department of Army, U.S. Army Corps of Engineers, Kansas City District. Last year, about the same time, we had Damon Slaughter here from the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers, and since that time, Seth has taken Damien's position. But we also have Jeff Tripe. He's been here before. And he is the chief of the plan formulation section. So with the group of those four, I hope that we can answer any of the questions you might have in combination of the two projects and how they fit together. So without any more wasting of time, I'm going to turn it over to Eric Dove and let him walk you through these PowerPoint.
Go ahead, next slide. Well, thank you so much, and it's been entirely too long since we've been here, but we have a lot of really good news. And really my goal today is kind of work through the expectations so that you can see what the RAISE grant will cover, understand also what it won't cover. And then as we integrate both the core and now this USDOT grant funding, what the differences are. I like to call that we color the money. We cannot ever match federal money to federal money. So we're going to talk a little bit about what local cost share is and what federal is. I talk fast, so if you just let me talk, I'll be done in a half hour. So I like to keep this conversational. So as we start to roll through it, if you have questions, please grab, yell, shout, throw something at me, and let's walk through this. Go ahead, next slide. And I think I touched on most of this, but we will spend some time on project schedule. And that will be one of the items I think is really important to look at, both schedule for the federal RAISE grant and how the Corps' activities will integrate into this. So go ahead, next slide. First, RAISE grant. This is a USDOT transportation grant standing for Rebuild America Infrastructure with Sustainability and Equity. They always come up with a different acronym. It used to be BUILD, it used to be STAR, maybe you heard TIGER. But these are annual appropriations coming from transportation, U.S. DOT. Good. This past year, they advertised that they'd have $1.5 billion in funding. And it is transportation related, but they also add climate, sustainability, safety, jobs. So it's transportation plus some of those other items that show up. Go ahead, next. And for these applications, we have to score very high in each of these to be awarded and funded. So we have to cover all the items that show up throughout all of these categories. So for instance, state of good repair. There's a large retaining wall over by the water treatment plant that is not looking good. It is in the process of failing. So that we included that on repairs, so we could address the state of good repair. And so let's look a little closer at the grants this year. Go ahead. Does that show up in your council packets very well?
Yes.
Does it? All right. It's a little hard to read on screen. So this particular year, there was, 936 applications. The applications totaled over $28 billion of requests. Of those, what was awarded, the average awarded amount was about $13 million, and with an average match of about 53%. So for Smoky Hill, we received about $22 million in funding, well over the average, and our contribution, how much we're kicking in, way under the average. Pretty amazing that we were able to do that. In Kansas, there are 16 applications, only 2 were awarded, and so this is one of the very few projects, and for a first-time application, it's extremely rare, extremely rare. Go ahead, next slide. So 17% overall nationally funded. Of those, the vast majority for first time is extremely rare. So why Salina? Why did we get awarded? It's all the good work we've done, all the planning, all the community support. We had well over a dozen community support letters. One of the best applications they saw. Local funding was already secured. A lot of these projects nationally don't have a vehicle for funding. So the sales tax and being able to raise that all came together. And then we have the preliminary design done. So there's an evaluation of readiness to implement. So again, we hit very high in all these, but also wonderful thanks to Senator Moran. We were hearing from his staff real time as they're negotiating, as they were working through which projects would get funded and how they get funded. So Jerry, a tremendous advocate for the project. So if you have the opportunity, please thank him. I think he personally had a lot to do with getting this over the finish line.
He's here monthly.
Excellent, excellent. Again, please thank him. I've shown this graphic often, but also often I go back to this graphic as we work through the design. This is one of the very first surveys we collected when we started working on the River Renewal project. And we wanted to know where we wanted to spend the money, what the community valued, how it should be implemented. Number one, yes, let's get the water flowing. But then under the next, it's multi-use trails, public access, bridges, and then canoe and kayak access, which is a Blueway trail. So we have Blueway trails, Greenway trails, and bridges. Fits perfectly into a US DOT application. So we didn't go after a RAISE grant because we thought we could win it. We went after the RAISE grant because it fit the project perfectly based on what the community wanted, what the citizens told us. And so I will always go back to this each and every time when we identify which grants we want to go after and which ones we want to fund in that priority. Here's one of the pages out of the grant. And one of the things you'll notice is it's very graphic. It has to tell a good story. And tremendous thanks to Martha, Friends of the River, for helping put together an excellent application. There's a tremendous thick appendice where all my engineering stuff goes, but the story and really the upfront work again leads all back to the wonderful work and planning work that Martha's been doing and Friends of the River could contribute. Good. So this graphic is pretty small, but let's try to work through it. So the maximum you can ever request from Ray's is 25 million. So we went after 25 million. We swung for the fence. And fortunately, we were able to bring in 22.1 million. So what will it fund? Let's start at the top right. That's up by Lakewood Lake. We're going to get a new culvert at the levee. So we're going to decrease funding by being able to evacuate the water out of the community faster. Moving upstream from that, we'll get new greenway trails, new pedestrian trails, and a new roadway bridge in Lakewood Park. That's to get water into Lakewood and out of Lakewood. Historically, it did. We're going to restore water to Lakewood Lake. That will raise Lakewood Lake back up to its historic elevation. And so a lot of good elements will happen in through there. As we continue to move upstream into the Lakewood Middle School area, we'll get a new underpass under North Ohio so that we have a safe crossing there. Dodging 5 lanes of traffic is tough, so that's going to increase pedestrian movement under North Ohio instead of over. And then at the same time, I can use that box culvert to move more water, to continue reducing flood damages within the community. Moving upstream, we have more greenway trails we can put in until we get to Riverside Park. Riverside Park is where we will hit another canoe and kayak launch. So immediately we'll be able to canoe from Lakewood Middle School right down into the park. But then as we complete additional elements, we'll be able to move that canoe and kayak, the Blue Way Trail, even further down through this area. New bridges at Elm, Ash, and Iron. And Iron, if you remember, is the decorative bridge with all the LED lighting tying in beautifully to the downtown streetscape work. And the wall murals, by the way, are gorgeous. Those are wonderful to see. 4th Street Plaza, so we're at the Car Museum. That will get quite a bit of attention. In addition to the Yarn Street, then on the street level, we're going to do a complete street. So if you want to close down the street for events, you'll be able to. If you want to pull in food trucks into that area or do stages, you'll be able to. That is going to be funded through this federal raise grant. Down at the bottom along the water's edge will be a boardwalk. And so not only are they funding up high at the street level, also down at boardwalk level.
How have you factored in the railroad tracks there on 4th Street?
Yeah, so that was a big consideration. So the spur doesn't get used very often, but it still gets used. And it's still a vital element when we look at downtown uses. In other downtown communities, let's say Omaha World Series baseball, they are able to close that spur track when they want to close the road for events. So that's something we're going to start talking about with UP on the closure of that, what that time it is, when we can close it. For a complete street, the rail will remain, and we've designed to make it pedestrian friendly to walk over those rails. So we'll be able to walk right up to and over those rails, and we're going with a curbless design to maximize our use and space of that area. So it'll be an excellent historic reference, tying in beautifully with that car museum and also with the pedestrian movement, multimodal pedestrian movement. Yeah, please stop me. Like I said, I'll just zip through this. So, all right. Moving upstream, we talked about the state of good repair, the retaining wall that's holding up the railroad tracks, the railroad spur that we just mentioned at the water treatment plant, and also the roadway that the plant receives. So that's a big, tall wall if you haven't seen it. And also that almost creates a billboard for Oakdale Park. So there's some additional wall mural art opportunities as we move down through here. More greenway trails pulling us into Tony's Event Center. And in Tony's Event Center, there's a multimodal hub. And I'll talk a little bit more what that means when we get there. But it's also a new midway access. With the new midway access, we'll redo that intersection, clean up some of the traffic flow within Tony's Event Center. As we move upstream, we get into the Kenwood Cove Aquatic Park area in YMCA. If you've seen all the kids that cross the road there, we're going to do safety improvements there with a flashing beacon, make that a safer movement. We're also going to make it a safer movement at Prescott along Front Street, if you've seen all the kids that walk through that area. As we continue with new bridges at YMCA, we move into a maintenance facility. So this is where the city will be able to store a boat, and we'll build a boat launch so that the city will be able to maintain this from the water. And then moving further upstream into South Ohio, there will be a new box there. That culvert is 100% full of sediment. So we'll put in a new twin box. One box will carry the water. The other box will be able to carry people. There'll be a pedestrian underpass. And that takes us right into Billbrook Park. So when we're done with this project, we'll have a continuous loop. So right now there's that trail on top of the levee. We'll be able to come off the top of the levee through Billbrook Park, all the way down through this project area and all the way back to the levee. So we'll complete that loop. And this loop ties in with the trail master plan that the city's been working on. All right, go ahead, next. All right, so we have a long list of funded projects and elements that I've already covered with all the bridges, all the trails. Go ahead, go next slide. All the lighting, retaining walls. 4th Street Plaza, and that was one of the commission action, whether to raise the funding limit for local participation and keep 4th Street Plaza kind of that community amenity space in the project, or to take it out, and the decision was to leave it in. So total project, we're at the 36.7 million, and then we broke it down into total federal cost share at 22.1, and then non-federal at 14.6. So non-federal just means it could be, say, private fundraising, it could be city, it could be other, as long as it's not federal funding. So Corps of Engineers would be federal funding, so we can't use any Corps funding for what shows up as non-federal share. So some things you haven't heard me mention is any excavation of sediment, any mention of the intake works to get water flowing. And we very purposely did that. What we made sure to do is everything up high, make sure that's transportation related, funded through this grant. The bottom, the wet part, is still with the Corps and still with that enhancement project there. 2 different federal funding sources. We can't intermix the money. We've colored the money to keep them separate. And so that's how these are going to start tying together. So go ahead, next. So these are some of the graphics you've seen. So the Midway Bridge, all the aesthetics are going to be paid for through the USDOT grant. So it's not a minimization grant. It's doing the master plan that we laid out to all of its detail. Go ahead, next. The Art Deco at Iron, a little bit at Ash and Elm. So the bottom right, that's standing on the new bridge looking back at the Car Museum. The part that the federal RAISE grant covers is up high, so right in front of the Art Museum with the complete street. It's also the bottom left with the boardwalk that goes along the water. And then the part that's not federal would be kind of that middle part. It'd be the amenities, it'd be the steps, We showed in our master plan a pavilion and some water features. So that would be under non-federal. Okay. So what is a multimodal hub? So multimodal hub, and this is subject to the grant, but it also ties in with what the community wanted. So we'll create a new bus stop within Tony's Event Center. We're also going to create a trailhead within Tony's Event Center, and then an EV charging station. And so what this does is this pulls all the different modes of transportation, whether it be pedestrian, bike, bus, car, and we'll have a parking lot there, into one convenient access. There are some areas of persistent poverty within Salina, and so we made sure that the bus routes interlink these areas and with the Smoky Hill River. We want to make sure this was an inclusive project, that we hit all our equity goals, and this multimodal hub is one of our key ways that we can do that. Between the enhancements on the bridges, and most of the bridges get narrower. They're a roadway diet, we call it. But that also improves pedestrian safety. So we include pedestrian safety with these other improvements. We show that there's more benefits than cost. And so the benefits we show at 23.4 million, and that's annualized over the life of the project. So we have more benefits than costs when it's tallied together.
Where is this projected to be located, this hub?
Tony's Event Center, right next to the new Midway Bridge.
That would be,
On the east end,
which one?
on the east end of Tony's Pizza Event Center, where
I'm
the
going to go back a
river
couple
goes under
slides. We had a
the
map
Midway.
before the costs. I can't help to point. Sorry. Yeah. So right now, this kind of intersection area, this area is basically reserved for a future park area. This area, we've talked about potentially master gardeners being relocated to that location. And so this multimodal hub sits right in this area, and we'll link together the bus, the trailhead. It also serves as an important parking lot for the master gardeners, and really sets up that foundational link as we go through what will eventually be the Blue Way Trail. Does that kind of make sense? There's not much there now. If you know where the master gardeners are now, it's
Okay.
not too far from that.
Just trying to envision that
I know.
with,
We have some other graphics if you're interested that I can show you, and it dials into that area a little bit closer.
Will this take additional ground or real estate acquisition to make this?
I think the
This-
footprints within the existing internal of the street system. So a little bit on where the rodeo grounds used to be, and then a little bit on the south side of Midway that's grass overflow parking right
So
now.
it's off Ohio Street towards the
Correct.
west further, okay,
Yep.
Yep.
okay.
It's hard to imagine because right now there's a culvert, and we're shifting with our bridge where that intersection is, and it gets a little bit different curvature through there. So.
That's what I was trying to picture.
Yeah, no, it's a little tight. It's a little tight, yep.
yeah, because you talk about the master gardeners. Well, that's right there by the YMCA in Kenwood Cove. But you're talking about clear at the other end, correct?
Yes. Yep, yep.
Gardeners aren't going to walk that far.
Well, that's why we have to have the new parking lot to be convenient for them. But I'll jump into some of how the core fits with this next. Is there questions over the RAISE grant? I'm going to link the core, and I'm going to talk through schedule here in a few more slides. But
Is there any timeline that we need to tap into those funds?
has to be expended every single dime within 7 years after we have a signed agreement with the US DOT. So absolutely fixed in stone, has to be spent. So yeah, it's actually a really tight timeline when you look at everything we need to do and how it all lays out. So, but it's going to be exciting. All right. So this is a graphic I've shown before, and this in green would be city and/or US DOT funding. In blue is what we've always targeted on this habitat ecosystem project funded by the Corps. So it's intended to pay for the entrance works. So this is in Billburg to let the water into the project area. And then excavation of sediment. We have 7 to 8 feet of sediment to remove in certain areas. The channel shaping, replacing Western Star Mill Dam with a series of step pools that would be both canoe and kayak accessible, navigable, and also for aquatic life, so they can navigate it. About a year ago, we went through the plan selection. So we had 4 alternatives identified, and we asked the public which one they preferred, and a locally preferred plan was selected. So go ahead, next slide. So a selected plan was basically a series of step pools. So the channel would vary with depth, up to 6 feet deep in some selected areas. Most of it was down in the 2 to 3 foot range to mimic a natural system. Go ahead, next. And this is one of the graphics from our public meeting that we showed. Basically, we're digging down to create anywhere from 40 to 80 feet of water is in the tentatively, it's in the locally preferred plan. And so that kind of gives you a relative feel for what that general intent is. So we're not really raising the water level.
And when you say 40 to 80 feet, you mean wide, not deep.
Yeah, 40 feet to 80 feet wide. Yeah. Yeah, not deep.
Just wanted to clarify.
Yeah. That would be quite something.
Yeah, it would.
Yeah.
And the way you phrased that, it made it sound like it might be that deep.
Go ahead. So the excavated sediment would then be hauled to the south side of Liquid Lake to create additional features. So it's a beneficial use of the sediment to create a series of wetland trails, walking trails, and a canoe discovery path. But all this gets interlinked with the channel itself, so you'll be able to canoe right into Lakewood Lake from the channel, or likewise go from the Lakewood Lake into the channel. So a really unique area, and this ties with the water level rise, restoring the water level to its historic elevation. So a really interesting dynamic piece of the project where we can make beneficial use. Instead of hauling sediment away, we can keep it within the project area and get some benefit from it. Go ahead. So in Founders Park, about where you see that proposed bridge, so off on the right is community theater. Off on the left is the ADM grain storage facility. And about where you see that walking bridge, that's where Western Star Mill Dam currently is. And so this project would take the dam out and put in, if you see the boulders and the people kayaking, each of those are about 2 to 3 feet of water drop across them. And those would continue as you go downstream for the entirety of the project. On the left, that's the walking trail that would go under Iron Avenue. And then off on the right, you see the bikes. And the bike trail, the high-speed bike trail, will be over on the other side, on the Burger King side and the community theater side. So the core project does not include the bike trail or the pedestrian bridge, but does include the water. So if, again, trying to break these two pots apart, channel bottom wet is core. Transportation features are raised grant. Okay, next. The entrance works, fairly boring. Pretty cool in my brain, but I'm an engineer, so there you go. So on the right graphic, the aerial photograph, we have Smoky Hill, and it's flowing up. So that flowing up is in the downhill direction. We'll build a new intake facility. It'll have automated gates, so when the floods come, the gates automatically come up and down. We're pulling the cleanest water right off the top, so we get the minimum amount of sediment coming in. We're going to excavate a pond, and that pond is, the water will move slower through the pond than the rest of the project area. And that gives time for that sediment to drop out, so we'll have cleaner water moving through the community. So the pond excavation, the boat ramp to maintain it, and the whole entrance works are included within the course project. All right, go ahead, next slide. All right, and Seth is here to help answer any questions you might have on the core process. But in general, the 1135 is what they call a small cap, a continuing authorities program. So small, meaning their funds are limited to $10 million. We want to try to maximize our funding if we can. And so here in a little bit, I'll show you how it breaks out. But the 1135 program at $10 million means the city would have to pick up more of the cost. We have seen costs go up with inflation. It's getting more and more challenging to estimate future costs with the inflationary environment we're in. So we are above the 1135 program goals. And so Seth, during their commission meeting, will ask if you want to switch to a general investigation. So this general investigation, it is made for larger projects. It does give us a path forward, but it is nationally competitive. So we will, in its ecosystem, which is kind of interesting, but we have to create more habitat for less cost than a lot of these other national programs. That's how it's going to be evaluated and weighed. Feasibility study is a 50-50 cost share. Then in construction, it'd be 65% federal funded. And it increases the amount of federal funding on this project by around $3 million, and thereby decreases the city cost by roughly $3 million. So it's about a $6 million swing total. Now the interesting part of this, the infrastructure, IIJA, the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act, is creating a lot more funding moving into the core program. So now is probably our best opportunity to get into 216 and receive funding, but I can't predict exactly how it's going to go because we haven't had IIJA before, so it's a little bit of a dark box. But if it's ever going to happen, it's probably going to happen now. So go ahead, next slide. So the process. So the Corps is going to seek commissioner approval to move to what this general investigation would be. And then every one of those arrows is funding. We have to go get federal funding and then match it with local funding. So then we have to refine the feasibility study that's essentially done. GI, because it's a bigger program, has additional requirements. And timeline, that's estimated 1 to 3 years. And then we need to receive more federal and local funding, and it needs congressional appropriation at this point. So it starts showing up at the congressional level, and then more funding, design, and then more funding, construction. So if you start looking, best case scenario, we're only out 4 years into construction. Worst case scenario, we hit that federal budget cycle and we might sit there for a while. So there could be a delay, or it can move through really quick. A lot of it's going to depend on really Senator Moran's continued help, as well as the funding from IIJA moving through the system. So for me, I have to look at how these two programs can fit together, how one can slide while continuing to move the other forward.
So I guess we better hope the senator's reelected tomorrow.
Yes. He's been such a strong advocate. I surely hope so. I surely hope so. Let's go ahead and move back. Small numbers, I apologize. All right, so I highlighted 2 columns down at the bottom left. So these come from the Corps of Engineers. The key takeaway will be the very bottom number on that bottom left. So non-federal, 11 million, and then off to the right in green is the 7.5 million. So what those are, that's how much the city would have to pay. In blue is if we stay within the 1135 program. The Corps hits the 10 million cap in this 1135, so the city has to pay for everything beyond that. In addition, the challenge is because we're above what the 1135 normally pays for, there's a series of special approvals we have to get from the Corps, which could be really tough to get. The 1135 is meant for smaller programs, so if we're trying to put too big of a project into the small cap, there's a lot of questions raised. So it's unlikely if we keep the program formulated the way it is, that it would get approved and would get funded. Perhaps if we were to drastically downsize it, we could get it back in, but we'd lose out on a fair amount of funding. Under the 216 General Investigation, so GI stands for General Investigation, is in green. The federal, if you just compare the green and the blue, federal is 10,000 in cap, goes up to 13,705. So we'd receive 3 million of additional funding under the core cap program. And then that 3 million comes off the city's share. So we could receive more funding. The requirements are nearly identical for construction. Requirements are nearly identical for how we build it, what we do. It's just, can we receive additional funding, and is there a path forward that makes sense in the 1135? And there, again, if we radically downsize it, we could probably get it back in 1135, but it doesn't look very viable.
Eric, with respect to radically downsizing it to get into the 1135, correct me if I'm wrong, but one of the points of conversation we had was there's a performance expectation environmentally in terms of the project. And so a lot of our conversation focused around whether we could even meet the performance standards anymore and get it in budget at the same time. So to me, that point resonated as we were trying to kind of strategically identify the funding sources, as it really called into question our viability in the CAP program as we tried to change the scope of the project.
Yeah, well stated. Well stated. Because you don't want to, build a bridge to nowhere, right? It has to be a complete and sustainable project. And so if you take a big chunk out of it, do you still have a project? Is it complete and sustainable? And so it's hard to kind of pull it apart. And we've already gone through several rounds of value engineering to decrease it and keep it a sustainable project. All right, so let's see how we can marry all this up and make it work. All right, next slide. So this was in our grant application, and the basic idea is we have to build from downstream up. So what we don't want to do is start in the middle of the project, take out a small culvert and put a bridge in, because then we let the floodwater go. It's going to hit the next downstream small culvert and cause flooding. So we're going to build our flood control project down to up. We're always going to let more water out than what we're doing today. So as we move our way upstream, there'll be less and less flooding as we go. So we're going to start at the levee, get a culvert in, and then we're going to start moving our way upstream through Lakewood, through North Ohio, and then we're going to do the bridge and construction basically in 3 groups. We didn't want to put all of it on the street at once. We'd exceed local labor, the local capability to construct it, and we'd also see prices jump through the roof. Anytime you put that much out on the street all at once, you see a huge increase, so your money doesn't go quite as far. So we decided to break the bridges into packages of 2 bridges at a time to make it attractive for the local bidders, but also so they know what's coming. So we're going to release several bridges, Bridge 1 and 2, so that's kind of that Lakewood area. And then we'll design the next group all at once, so that once we get a contractor on site, as he's starting to wrap up construction, we'll bid out the next group. So that contractor has the opportunity to stay on site and continue to construct to try to give you the best value possible. Now, if they want to raise their rate and they're not competitive, we always take low bid, but we've set it up so that the community can benefit and contractors can benefit from cost efficiency. And so that will take us from 2023 really through 2026 construction. We do have the raise agreement. So Martha is going to be really busy negotiating with the USDOT right off the bat to get the raise agreement signed. We cannot expend any dollars and get reimbursed until this raise agreement signed. So the money's there from the feds. Now we have to agree to all the conditions. So Buy America is going to be a requirement. And so that affects mostly our steel products, but there will be several others. So these agreements are what will go ultimately to the Commission for signature, for authorization for signature, and it's with the USDOT. We hope to receive notice to proceed by May or June of '23. And then the second that gets signed, that's why we have all the design services, everything starting up immediately after that agreement signed. Moving down through, we're doing all the bridges in the dry. It's cheaper when the contractor can cross in the dry and he doesn't have to put nets, temporary crossings in. So all these bridges we want to do before we turn on water. So in the courts process, they'll take a little time to get through the feasibility study and secure funding for the design and get into construction. So before the Corps' in there really turning the water on, we want to get as many of the bridges done as we can. So I've pushed all the bridges to the front. After the water's going and we can take the trails under the bridges, now all the trails start kicking in, all the pedestrian movements start kicking in, and the boardwalks, and then the very last item we'll put in are the canoe and kayaks, and that's after the Corps turns on the water. All right, so putting this all together, I know those were a lot of lines. So this graphic I thought would be helpful. The top one, that's what the raise grant will pay for. As I mentioned before, every dime has to be spent within 7 years of that signed agreement. And so you'll see a lot of the bridge construction first, followed by trails and then canoe launches. Now, we can shift a few things forward in time or backward in time, but everything has to be spent within 7 years. So we do have a really fixed schedule, otherwise we lose out on funding. In red is an anticipated Corps schedule, and it can shift and probably will shift based on federal funding. But if we move into this 216 program, a bigger program, there's some modifications to the feasibility study. And then the design would kick in, and best case scenario, we're in that 4-year mark. So out of 7 years, we'd have 3 years left. And so in blue is really when we need the water to be turned on, because we don't want to build canoe and kayak launches into mud. We really want that water turned on. And so the schedule that we're hearing from the Corps would all work out to make this absolutely a viable sink. We get the benefit of no water for the cost savings on the bridge construction. We get in, get out with the trail, and then we get the water turned on about the time that we finish the canoe and kayak launches.
Eric, when that water is diverted and turned on, what becomes of the channel in Indian Rock?
So I call that the bypass channel. So the flood control channel that was built carved through bedrock and created that kind of steep run area. And so the majority of the water will still go that way. We have water rights for what we can divert, and on average, we're only diverting maybe a quarter of the flow. The flood flows will continue to go down that bypass channel, and we're only going to take in, on average, it's 40 CFS. It's 80 CFS during the recreational months, 10 during the off-season, during the winter months. And so you'll still see that channel have the majority of the flow. During droughts, we'll probably see more water in our channel than in that bypass channel. Lots of moving pieces and parts, and it's really good news for the RAISE grant, though. One of the hardest challenges on this job is since everything's interconnected, the water's fairly flat, we had to get all the bridges built. We had to do so in a safe manner that we didn't induce flooding. And so this RAISE grant is just tremendously helpful. It's really going to create the core infrastructure that we need. And then each of these segments can be added to it once we get the bridges in, the Greenway Trail in. So this will be amazing. 7 years sounds like a lot, but oh my gosh, it's going to go fast. It's going to go fast. So really, really good news.
This may not be an entirely fair question, but the scope when we started this with just, the funding that we anticipated by the sales tax was vastly smaller than what we're now trying to accomplish with the RAISE and whether it's the CAP or the GI program. Can you speak to the expanded scope in comparison to the original scope at all?
Sure. Well, the first master plan was epic. It was probably hard to put a number to it. Let's 150 million, maybe 200 million. It was water taxis, paving the channel, very large expenses in channel mitigation. It had a lock and dam on it. It was challenging from the permitting side, challenging from the construction side. So when we visit with the community, we really asked what the community was interested in. And it wasn't water taxis. In fact, they ranked it the lowest. So we started right-sizing the project and working with the community on what they wanted to prioritize first. And I showed that one graphic that showed, well, let's get the water turned on, but then let's work on accessibility, street, trails, blueway. And so when we go through that list, we probably cut the project in half. Not that we just randomly threw things out, but we customized it to what the community wanted, which happened to be cheaper. But also by doing that, it also enabled us to qualify for projects like the ecosystem enhancement and pulled in additional funding. So then we started taking a look at, let's say it's 75 million to 100 million for the complete project, where local funding was a fifth of that, maybe a sixth. So we had a huge gap. And so we went to the last public meeting, we asked the community, hey, do you want us to spend the money we have in hand with essentially no cost match, but we'll be able to move dirt quick? Or do you want us to use that funding and go out and get additional grant money, use it basically as cost match, as seed, so that we could do tremendously more? And we left it open for a vote. And overwhelmingly, they said, let's see if we can secure additional federal funding to match in with local funds. And so now we're able to go through that laundry list of projects that the community desired. We're able to get so much further down. So now we're going to be 2/3, 3/4 of the way through the entire master plan when we get through the completion of local funding, raise grant, and then core funding. We'll have an amazing flowing project, fully viable. We've programmed this out for the next 50 years. And so what a tremendous difference to go from a small amount of local funding, tremendous quarter-cent sales tax, tremendous that the community voted that in, to now we've, gosh, 50 million, yeah, 5 to 1. 5 to 1 is what we've been able to increase it. So tremendous.
What was the original amount when we began this that we thought we were trying to get from the Corps? Was
10 million.
Yeah,
Was it 10 million? That's what I was thinking, okay.
And there's also, through the core planning process, we look at habitat creation. And so instead of paving the channel to create habitat for what we call a self-mitigating project. And so it's better for the environment, meets the National Environmental Protection Act, the NEPA process, and incidentally, it costs us less too. So that's where we can team up with our federal partners for a better and more sustainable project. But again, it all goes back to what the community's desire was, because I don't want to take us where the community doesn't want to go. So that was our first litmus test, was to see what the community wanted, and then find the funding sources to match up with that. So, yeah, wonderful process. I don't know, did I answer your question adequately?
yeah, thank you.
Just one other question. I hope it doesn't sound too ignorant. I hear my high school physics teacher laughing at me. But it's in low flow times, is there any way to efficiently, from a power perspective, to recycle water back through the channel?
Yeah, we looked at that option. We were hoping we could run the water into Lakewood Lake and then grab the water out of Lakewood Lake, take it straight south to the headworks and put it in there again. It is energy challenging. The other interesting thing we found is Lakewood's not interconnected with the groundwater. It is a really small bowl. So once you start pumping out of that, you deplete Lakewood Lake really fast. So it's just not a very viable water supply. So we went the other way. We looked at a water assurance district. And so in Canopolis, they have what they call dead storage. And so we can purchase part of that storage that exists. And so during times of drought, we can release water from Canopolis and run it through our system during times of drought so we can keep it wet. So there it doesn't require any energy, and we have Canopolis rather than a small Lakewood Lake source. So I think that's a more viable, more sustainable approach. The other thing, Canopolis has to release water for environmental releases. That cannot be diverted, that cannot be used by a downstream user. And so we'd like our restored reach, that environmental release, to go through our restored reach and then return to the channel. The channel that was built for flood control through bedrock, there's really limited habitat or value. So once we create this restored reach with all the aquatic benefits, I think it makes a lot of sense to run those environmental flows through there. And that's, I'm trying to remember, 6 CFS, 7 CFS, in that range. So it won't be a huge amount of flow, but we'll always keep the channel wet. So we have two different ways of doing that, through the water assurance and through environmental releases.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, I would love it if we could move water uphill. But I think we have some good opportunities through these other sources. But yeah, I don't want to see mud.
Right.
Back to Lakewood.
Yes,
You said that wasn't connected with the water table at all.
used to be.
It used to be.
Yeah.
That's
So if
Could it
they
be-
built the flood control,
dredged out and
so it's interesting. If you go back through the story, it used to be a dredge pit, and this is when basically the Smoky Hill went right through town. In the late 50s, early 60s, when the flood control channel was built, you started all of a sudden seeing in the paper, Lakewood Lake won't stay full. Lakewood Lake won't stay full. And then the city also started having trouble drawing water for their drinking water intake on the old channel. And so if you look, groundwater levels declined through time once the flood control channel was built. And then they started trying to seed Lakewood Lake with clay, with bentonite. They tried to seal off the leaks. And I think they were partially successful. So Lakewood Lake now is kind of a bowl with groundwater beneath it. So once we restore the flow into Lakewood Lake, we fully expect the lake to come back up to its historic elevation and be more integrated like it used to be prior to the flood control levee days.
Yeah, I remember when it was a big body of water,
Yeah.
and it's hardly nothing now.
Yeah, it's amazing, all the changes from that flood control levee. But by interconnecting with the river, we should see those days again.
When we look at funding this, and help see if my numbers are right, so we're looking at 22 million through the RAISE grant, about 13 million through the Corps of Engineers, and then it talked about non-federal funds of 14.5 million. Is that the city's portion plus the funds that have been raised through the Friends of the River? And is that the total funding, or is there also additional funding?
I'm actually going to call on Martha. We've discussed that at
Okay.
length, but she probably knows those better than I do.
I think having to put that
Thank
number
you.
together to make sense without writing it on a board. But, okay.
Didn't mean to run you off.
I'm not here, so.
Okay. At the end of the process here, we're down to where we have about $15 million left remaining in the sales tax fund. Other dollars have been spent for the design and engineering that's been done. And so as we look at the CAP program and the GI program, you see there's about a $3.5 million savings difference between those two. So there's some dollars saved there. And when I go to look at where we're at with dollars now, what I see of work that's left is the water storage from Canopolis that Eric mentioned, which is the roughly $960,000. And then the GI program, which based on the locally derived costs, our share is $7,610,000. There's an error in that spreadsheet. Seth and I were changing numbers back and forth last week, and I've determined I'm not capable or skilled to work remotely because I found a couple of math errors since I've back and have a real computer to work with. So that on sheet or page 3, the GI program, our cost share should be $7,610,000. So that's our share. And then the RAISE grant, our share being the city dollars without the Friends of the River. The Friends of the River are in for about, I think it's $4,025,000. That leaves for us out of the total RAISE grant, $10,557,090 as our share. And that's based on the full grant of the $36.7 million.
So when you add those together and you stated that we have about 15 million left, is that where we come up with what we're going to discuss later today with the 2.8 million
Yes.
additional funds?
Yes, and as could go into a little more detail there, but as we were working through the grant process, the RAISE grant team called us twice or sent us emails twice during those last few days of making their selection. The first call was asking us to reduce the project by $4.8 million, which would take the scope of the community plaza out, was basically what the $4.8 million was, or increase our funding. And at that time, the decision was made, we wanted to hold to the $36.7 million full project, and that we would look to fund the $4.8 million. The next email that came, they asked us to break the community plaza cost down, which was roughly $4.9 million. The community plaza itself is roughly the 2.9, and the remaining $2 million is the street at 4th Street that Eric Dove spoke of, and the boardwalk. So based on that, instead of getting the $20.1 million that was offered in the first email, they added an additional $2 million, so the grant award is $22.1 million. So kind of by default, instead of the $4.8 million we're short, we're $2.8 million short at the end of that process.
On top of the 4.8.
No, not on top of. The 4.8 is what we
That's what we discussed back in
August. Was
okay.
And so that was round one.
Okay.
But the second question, they came back and talked about the community plaza, and then they gave us funding for the 4th Street and the boardwalk, or an additional $2 million, which left us with $2.8 million not funded.
Yeah, I may be oversimplifying it, but the first conversation, they just kind of parked the plaza project outside the scope of the project. And
Right.
with the follow-up conversation, they kind of helped us
Yes.
isolate transportation-related portions of that plaza project and get those back in. So then instead of being 4.8 off, it left us
So, yeah, I guess I read that wrong, because that's, I think it says 2.8 million of additional funds are required in lieu of the 4.8, and it's not in addition to,
It's
it's
in
in
lieu
lieu
of,
of. I
yes.
like lieu better than addition, so I
Okay,
don't
well,
even
that's
know
probably,
where, but, okay.
that's part of that working
Okay.
from remote,
Yeah,
I think.
that was, I just misread that, so I was
Yes.
interpreting that we needed 2.8 million on top of,
And I was
okay.
trying to show all my math so it would take you to the answer at the end and hopefully help you
Okay.
through that, so.
Now I got it.
But
Thank you. I'm a
that's-
little bit ahead, because that's on today's agenda,
Right.
so, but,
So
okay.
But it all relates.
Yeah, we're getting closer, so
Okay.
that was really the mission today, was to help you understand the
Right.
RAISE grant and the costs and what it involves. Because a lot of the project we thought we were going to do internally by the city previously is now in the RAISE grant. So
Perfect.
those costs are covered there. So I hope that helps you with my
I
longhand
feel much
math.
better about this now than I
Longhand
did last
math,
night. so
Mike, so-
Perfect. Thank you,
All
Martha.
right. There you go. Eric, I'll give it back to you. Not sure where you went.
So are there any additional questions? Hopefully this helped kind of explain the difference. I think clarifying what RAISE will pay for and what it won't, because I want to be really clear on expectations. It hasn't funded our entire master plan, but boy, it's gone a long ways. But understanding the transportation element separate from the water, and starting to identify what the Corps will pay for separate, I think that's really important, because I think people may not always follow that. I think there might be some confusion on that. Well, I thought we were going to get X, Y, Z. So hopefully this has helped make it clear. Hopefully this has been helpful through that process. And that's really why we want to do it in a study session.
The RAISE grant has that 7-year time period between approval and spending. Does the dollars from the Corps of Engineering, does it have a time frame also?
Well,
No, we don't have
Jeff?
we don't have any type of constraint on
Okay.
that,
So-
other than trying to marry it up with the RAISE grant stuff so the timing's right. So
Right.
we'll do our best.
Because the dollars from the Corps will come after we've done the RAISE grant, because we've got to get the bridges and all that done before we basically start on the other. So you just know we're out there a ways before we, don't forget us, right?
Right.
Okay.
and if funding's available, we can always do temporary crossings if the water's flowing. So we do have ways to work around if funding's available, so I'll never turn down funding.
This plan's so much better because I know as we were looking at the trails and, we had that discussion about a crossing light at Ohio and we've looked at some of that stuff. I mean, this is so much better than what we had originally started looking at as far as some of the trails, so.
Eric, you asked if they have any questions, and you've covered it in detail, so I'm making you repeat and maybe summarize, but the two, if not three questions that I get from commissioners and the general public is, why is it taking so long? When are we going to get started, and what are we going to start with? Can you give a quick recap?
Sure. So why is it taking so long? Well, unfortunately, COVID is in there, but the key is we wanted to get funding, federal funding. So early on, we saw an opportunity to go to the Corps and receive some additional funding at that tune of $10 million, which is a process, and there is some approvals and study session needed to, get all that secured and a feasibility study approved. So if you remember in 2019, we were steamrolling. We were moving really fast using local funds, but we very purposely then really slowed down to let that federal process catch up. And so it wasn't lack of desire. It was desire to do more with the money we had. As we moved through that 1135 program, we also identified additional funding sources we wanted to seek and go after, Raise Grant being one of them. We identified that about a year, well, it's a little bit more, but it's about 18 months ahead of the actual application. We identified that as being a good potential. We saw it receiving additional funding. And so very strategically, we waited to make that application, and we were very fortunate with an award. So it was very much a strategic decision to wait to really benefit using local money with as much federal money as we could find. So and I was trying to be really cautious, which is why a year ago we went to the public and said, all right, do you want us to do this or just spend it now? And the public was very clear. Let's make an incredible investment, pulling in additional federal funding so we could do so much more. And knock on wood, and very thankfully we were awarded the Raise Grant. And so, Commissioner Hopp, I absolutely agree, this is so much better. And we were able to then work through that and identify a very viable method that sets us up beautifully to wrap up future phases.
Well, and if there's a silver lining to the fact that it's taken this long, it's allowed us to have the Raise Grant to be available. I mean, if we would have been moving on, if we would have actually had this going, we would not be getting the same product we're getting now, I guess would be my answer. I guess that's the good news. For the public, we are collecting tax dollars, and when did we start collecting those? And those are being
in the fall of 2016.
Yeah, and those are being held in an account. And does that tax run for a specific amount of time, wasn't it? How many years was that?
2036.
Till 2036. So whether we started the project then or we start it next year or whenever, we're still collecting the same dollars for the same amount of time.
Correct.
So,
there's no increase or an extension related to this, and we are segregating those funds.
Right.
So, and as Martha mentioned, we're monitoring that performance as well, and increased performance could create some additional capacity to fund some of these gaps.
And the fact that we're collecting those dollars for a longer period of time, because I'm guessing at some point we'll have to bond for that additional amount. The longer we collect it, the less we may have to bond, which is going to save you interest and payments and that type of stuff too. So,
Excellent point.
And that tax is 0.25%?
Well, we went from 0.35 to 0.75, so it was 0.4 increase. It was a renewal and an increase. And then, as you may recall, that went to downtown streetscape, and went to capital improvements, went to the river project, a handful of a park master plan, a handful of identified expenditures.
This transition, it kind of feels to me like we're punting the ball and starting over, but how long do you anticipate that's going to take to get that through the congressional approval.
Yeah, so specific to the GI study is what you're asking, in moving from the 1135 into this 216 general investigation. Fortunately, if we were to start from day one into a GI, it would be, let's say, about 3 years. But we can take all the work we've previously done, and this is speaking for the Corps. This is the Corps' process, and Seth and Jeff are here. But all the work we put into 1135 can be carried forward into the GI. The GI has additional requirements, and so we'll be adding to what we've done in 1135, but we don't have to punt. We don't lose field position. We're already near the goal line. And switching into this program will add those additional requirements and potentially increase our federal funding by another $3 million. So fortunately, we don't have to start over. So Seth and Jeff have looked hard and for a good way to accelerate this, and they think it's about a year. So if we were to start over, it'd be about 3 years. We think it'll be about a year's worth of work to revise 1135 to this bigger program. So we saved 2 years.
And the decisions we made a while back as far as dealing with the water flow, were advantageous to wildlife and advantageous to all those things actually probably help with our Corps, with our application to the Corps, because we've done some things that I think they would want to see. Is that correct?
Yeah, and actually we started off with the public. Do you want a concrete lined renewal project? If it was concrete lined, it would not qualify for ecosystem enhancement. That funding, we wouldn't even walk down. So we started with the public. Do you want a natural channel? What sort of do you want those water taxis, the lock and dam? And the community is very clear that no, they wanted a much more natural system. So only after the community made that decision did we really approach the Corps about that ecosystem funding. So it wasn't that, we would not have even been able to apply without the community's desire for a natural system. So yes, excellent point. Excellent point.
I guess that was one of my concerns with the cutoff channel, is that eagles do nest there in the winter.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
I think it is important to maintain flow there.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And I don't know, did I misspeak, Seth or Jeff, about the GI,
Yeah, I don't think so. I think it's
Okay.
pretty accurate, yeah.
Okay.
Depends on what the question is, I guess.
Yeah. Yeah.
So I did misspeak. I need to clarify. We were at 0.4% and took it to 0.75. So it was a 0.35% increase. I had those reversed.
Well,
So I know you asked me 3 questions. Did I get all 3?
When would they see construction starting, and what would it be?
When can we use the golden shovels and
Or-
stuff
yeah,
turn
exactly.
dirt? Yeah. So it'll take us about post-award. So once that agreement's signed, let's say it's signed in May or June of '23, about 14 months. We'll get through that final design process, and in about 14 months, we'll see construction. Now, we do need to acquire right-of-way. Not a lot, but we're mostly building bridges within right-of-way. But there are some retaining walls that extend beyond right-of-way. So we do want to start moving on right-of-way and make sure that doesn't slow us down as we move through. So that is definitely a need we have to try to keep the project flowing.
So requiring patience, but our patience is being rewarded to the tune of 22 million so far, and
Yes.
hopefully more.
well, as long as you have some stroller or wheelchair ramps for those of us who may need them by the time we get to the water. Handicapped accessibility, and not just handicapped, older people accessible, because they're not always handicapped, is quite important. Were there any questions or comments from the public? We have about 3-4 minutes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Duff. All right, hearing none online, we will recess till 4 o'clock. Now, I think that's on. It's 4 o'clock, and we will start the meeting. This is November 7th, and the regular weekly Salina City Commission meeting. I would ask the city clerk if the Kansas Open Meeting Act required notice has been properly provided.
Yes.
Thank you. May I have roll call?
Ooh. Hold on.
Okay.
It's memorized, but I don't. I'm so sorry.
Or we can just go down the row and say our names.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Okay. Mayor Davis.
Here.
Commissioner Hoppick.
Here.
Commissioner Linkowitz.
Here.
Commissioner Longbine.
Here.
Commissioner Ryan.
Here.
Okay, all who are able, please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance in a moment of silence. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. If I look like I'm getting used to where this microphone is, it's because I'm getting used to where this microphone is. Probably fitting with a moment of silence is a reminder that Veterans Day is celebrated at the end of this week, and probably all of us have relatives or are veterans ourselves. I'm not, but greatly appreciative of the ones who are. There is a parade on the 12th at 10 o'clock, and if you're not in it, certainly go out and support it, and express your gratitude towards veterans in any other fashion that you feel is fitting, and truly thank a veteran for what they've done for us. We will move straight to awards and proclamations.
Item 3.1, recognition of the month of November 2022 as National Homeless Awareness Month in the city of Salina. Brittany Willer, Director of Donor Engagement and Development for the Salina Rescue Mission, will read the proclamation.
Ms. Willer, thank you.
Whereas the Kansas Statewide Homeless Coalition, Kansas Balance Continuum of Care, acknowledges November as Homelessness Awareness Month. And whereas Homelessness Awareness Month was established as a generosity movement, unleashing the power of people and organizations to transform communities locally, it is an opportunity to encourage citizens to serve and give to others as they are able. And whereas each November is a month where citizens work together to share commitments, rally for honorable causes, build a stronger community, think about other people less fortunate, and recognize that hunger and homelessness continue to be a problem in the city of Salina. And whereas the Salina Rescue Mission and Salina Grace Foundation recognize that homelessness continues to be a serious problem for many individuals and families in the city of Salina. And whereas from July 2021 to June 2022, in the city of Salina, more than 900 individuals were reported as being without a home. Of those, issues that contributed to homelessness include a lack of healthy, affordable housing, addiction, mental health issues, trauma, domestic violence, lack of conflict resolution skills, and loss of healthy relationships. And whereas we must all work together to educate the community, raise awareness, reduce the stereotypes that exist around food insecurity, poverty, and homelessness, and provide an environment where men, women, and children feel understood and respected during their times of struggle. And whereas there are many organizations committed to sheltering and providing supportive services, as well as meals and food supplies to the homeless, including the Salina Rescue Mission, Salina Grace Foundation, Ashby House, Catholic Charities, Christ Cathedral Church, CKF Addiction Treatment, Central Kansas Mental Health Center, DVAC, Salina Shares, the Salina Emergency Aid Food Bank, and the Salvation Army. And whereas the intent of Homelessness Awareness Month is consistent with the activities of the Salina Rescue Mission and Salina Grace Foundation. Therefore, be it resolved that I, Trent W. Davis, MD, Mayor of the City of Salina, do hereby proclaim November as National Homelessness Awareness Month in Salina, Kansas. I call upon our citizens to give back and get involved with the Salina Rescue Mission and Salina Grace Foundation and their vision of providing a pathway to independence for individuals and families in crisis.
Thank you. This is truly going to be a 12-month-a-year awareness for the city of Salina. I believe our first city conversation will be on homelessness. What, if anything, super special can citizens do in the month of November?
Well, thank you for asking, Mayor Davis. It's
Could you
the
just
crisis of
I know who you are. Can you just let everyone else know who you are?
I'm Chad
Thank
Young.
you.
I'm the Executive Director of the Salina Rescue Mission and Salina Grace. The most important thing is we want to address the fact that there is a homeless crisis in this nation. And Salina is not exempt from it. And we want to raise awareness of the issues that contribute to it and help our community better understand the issues at hand so we can better address those root causes together. This month, we're going to be doing a lot of educational pieces. We really encourage the community to follow us on Facebook as we provide many educational opportunities coming forward. In addition to that, we'll be having our 23rd annual Dr. Temple Food Drive going on at all 3 Dillon stores on November 18th and 19th. And on the 19th, we also provide a community-wide Thanksgiving meal at the Salina Rescue Mission, where the citizens are welcome to come in, have a Thanksgiving meal with us and our homeless neighbors. And so we encourage you all to do that.
Thank you. If you could both come forward, I'd love to give you this signed proclamation. We don't have any public hearings, so we'll move to the consent agenda.
Item 5.1, approve the minutes of October 24, 2022. Item 5.2, award the bid for project number 22027, Wynn Road Culvert Replacement, to Votes Parga Construction, LLC of Newton, in the amount of $184,294.85, with a 5% construction contingency for a total project authorization not to exceed $193,509.59, and authorize the city manager to execute a contract with Votes Parga Construction, LLC of Newton, upon fulfillment of all prerequisites under the bid documents.
Is there any item a commissioner would like removed from the consent agenda? Hearing none, is there a motion to approve?
Mayor, I move that we approve item 5.1 as amended and item 5.2 as presented.
Second?
Okay, it's been moved and seconded to approve the consent agenda. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0. Thank you. Administration 6.1.
Item 6.1, approve ordinance number 22-11137 on second reading, changing the zoning district classification from R1 to R2 on Lot 8 and 9, Block 3 of the Ryan Addition, located south of Schilling Road and east of Ohio Street in the city of Salina, Kansas.
All right, this ordinance was approved on first reading October 24th. We've had no comments, and there are no changes to the ordinance?
Correct.
Correct. All right. Any questions, concerns of staff? Any public comment? All right, any action to be taken?
Mayor, I move we approve ordinance number 22-11137 on second reading.
I'll second that.
All right, it's been moved and seconded to approve ordinance number 22-11137 on second reading. We'll vote by roll call.
Commissioner Hoppick,
Aye.
Commissioner Linkowitz,
Aye.
Commissioner Longbine,
Aye.
Commissioner Ryan,
Aye.
Mayor Davis.
Aye, that passes 5-0. Just want to make sure, is everyone here able to hear us? This is my first time with the new microphones, just want to make sure. Thank you. All right, move to 6.2.
Item 6.2, award the bid for project number 22020, 2022 sidewalks to Multicon Inc. of Wichita, Kansas, in the amount of $292,504 with a 5% construction contingency for a total project authorization not to exceed $307,129.20, and authorizing the city manager to execute a contract with Multicon Inc. of Wichita upon fulfillment of all prerequisites under the bid documents.
Mr. Stack. Yeah.
Thank you, Mayor and Commissioners. This is a sidewalk project we first kind of brought to you back in about a year ago, actually. We've been working as a staff to identify some areas that sidewalks are maybe needed, or we have some gaps in our system. Turns out we have a lot of those in Salina, just kind of a random situation of sidewalks. There was a time we built them, and a time where we didn't, and a time where maybe some people did, some people didn't. So we're just trying to figure out, get a better handle on that. From a few years ago, there was some increased funding from the commission to construct some sidewalks or fix some sidewalks, and so this is a little bit of the fruit of that discussion so far. So about a year ago, we came to you with some ideas on sidewalk funding, why we would choose sidewalks, how to maybe prioritize them. When people ask for them and want the sidewalks, we decided we'd look at a few different criteria, and it's bulleted in the blue sheet. Just kind of, is it on a busy road or not so busy road? Was it near a pedestrian generator, so a school, a park? A big facility of some sort. Is a worn path present? It's interesting because some places they don't even put sidewalks in until you figure out where people are going to walk. So it's kind of a college thing, and then you find out where they're going to walk, and then you put a sidewalk there. So it is a interesting way to do that. Does it exist on one side of the street or not? Some of our roads have zero sidewalks anywhere. So if there's one already on one side, then we've got at least people have some access, some accessibility in the neighborhood, but maybe not on their side of the road. So we gave a little more idea to areas that have no sidewalks anywhere, and park, school, bus stop, like I talked about in the blue sheet. So, based on the criteria, staff scoped out this program. Attached here, we've got some up north. As you can see, it's pretty shotgunned all over town there. If you roll that up, Jacob, you'll see one even up at Euclid near the, I don't know. Yeah, hopefully it shows. Yeah, there it is. Up at Euclid, north of St. John's Military School there. It actually goes up to the levee. That's been a request from North Salina. There's one around a park there, around Woodland and 9th Street. Then you move south there a little ways, over here at Kenwood, Oakdale Park, and then along Roach. Roach is a pretty good one. There's kind of a hodgepodge of sidewalks on Roach, not very many, but it's near Salina Central High School. Roach takes quite a bit of traffic, so that was one that was a good request. Faith Drive over there by the park, and then if you roll down one more, Jacob, you'll see Ray Avenue and an area out by Virginia and Schilling Road. Just some small connectors, and as we've looked at the city, we found a lot more just like this. So there's way more where this came from. This was just our first approach for this year. As I talked about as well in the staff report, we've tried to come up with maybe a scoring system to rank them here in the future. So we'll be coming back to you with that for next year's program. But for this one, we've got these projects on here. One of the areas, we received feedback from quite a bit. I mean, a sidewalk project is, it's in somebody's front yard. Some people aren't real excited about a sidewalk project. So, I got to mow around it. I got to edge it. I got to snow plow the thing. I didn't buy the house with a sidewalk there. So, by golly, why are you putting one in? So that's a challenge. Some people are excited to have them. I have a lot of people walk through my yard. I'm excited to have one. So you get both sides. But we have to work with all the property owners for that. So sometimes there's landscaping, trees, sprinkler systems, stuff in the way. So, to put a sidewalk in, we try to work with all the property owners. So we sent out letters and kind of worked with quite a few people on how to maybe situate the sidewalk and make sure it doesn't impact their property too much. And so we attached those comments to the blue sheets. And One of the projects along Ray Avenue generated the most concern, so we kind of put that in here as well. We actually had a separate meeting with the Ray Avenue group to try and work through some of those struggles and some of the concerns they had. So we did that. Don't know if it helped a lot, but it's, Ray Avenue's near a school. There is no sidewalks on Ray in that area right by Coronado, so it's a pretty high pedestrian area. A lot of kids walk in that area, and so that was just a project that we've spent some extra time on, but we don't know if we really satisfied their concerns or not, but the sidewalk fits pretty well in the neighborhood, and we can go on to the next slides, Jacob. Just as an example of how we put one of these projects together, here's a typical section. So as you can see, it's normally, that's kind of showing the curb, the sidewalk, the driveway, right on back of curb. We try to avoid right on back of curb. Those are, people that drive or park on the side of a road, or it's not great to have the sidewalk right on the back of curb. It's just, people don't feel quite as safe. Good example, you walk down Crawford, sidewalk right on back of curb, 40-mile-an-hour people, within 4 feet of you. It's unnerving. It works, but it's not ideal. So we try to get a gap between the sidewalk and the back of the back of curb and the sidewalk. So that's our goal. But these are typical sections. Next slide. This is just an example. This is actually oh man, I can't see that very well. I can't remember. This is maybe Faith Drive, McAdams. Okay, there we go. Yeah, it's Faith and McAdams. So as you can see, this one lays in pretty well. There's nothing in the way. You can basically see it's between each driveway. We put a sidewalk in. One of our standard details for the city, whenever anyone puts a driveway in, they have to put a sidewalk section through their driveway. So in this case, new enough neighborhood, we're really just matching the sidewalks in the driveway section. So each one, there's no trees in the way. This one was pretty easy. Next sheet's an example of one that was not easy. So this is next page there, Jacob. Yeah, I didn't really do a good job of the next page. That's pretty much the same page. Sorry. Roach has an example of weaving around trees and hitting some driveways and some existing sidewalks. If you drive up and down Roach, it's just a little more congested. So that one did not get put in there as well as I'd hoped. The last page then is Ray Avenue. If you go to the last one, Jacob, there we go. That's Ray Avenue, and it just kind of shows Ray's in the middle there with those kind of the line. I forgot my pointer, so I can go over, I guess. But bottom line, Ray is, you can see Ray Avenue. That is the route, that is the sidewalk we've proposed there. There is a crossing at Belmont there between Key and Ray. So that, as you can see over here with Belmont, yeah, right in there, Jacob's got it on, there's a crossing, a pedestrian crossing, and it's a lighted, signalized crossing. So you can cross, thank you, Dean. Perfect, excellent, right there. That's the signalized crossing on Belmont. Here's the fire station, just to give a point of reference. Key Avenue is here. Key has a nice sidewalk on it already. So if kids are wanting to walk on a sidewalk today, a lot of times they would probably walk across here and just go over to Key and down and over to the school. As you roll up there, you'll see there's there you go, right there, stop. There's actually crosswalks along here, pretty much the whole way along Neal on the north side. So Key can come over here, cross Ray, and then get to the school. The reason we put the sidewalk on the east side of Ray in this area was that we're connecting to the one that's just south of Neal at the school. There's a crosswalk right there already, and basically they'd have to roll back up a little bit, Jacob. They'd have to cross up in here and then go down Ray. Why did we put on the east side? That we felt like we were hitting the existing sidewalk and the existing crosswalk that's there. So that's really our best defense of picking a side. Some people really want a sidewalk as long as it's not on their side. So that's the other thing you hear from, I'm okay with the sidewalk, I just don't want it on my side of the street. So it's always a little challenging to figure out, well, which side should we put it on? So we try to figure out which one's got the least amount of obstructions and where the existing sidewalks are, and that's what we did here. So that's my last slide, kind of talking about sidewalks. Bid process is fairly normal bid process. We were happy to get a few bids at least, 3. One was is a newer contractor, but they've been working at the school here in town already and have a really good resume of doing good work, good quality flat work. So we're excited to try them out. Multi-Con is a new contractor, so it's at this point in the economy and the amount of construction workers out there, having a new contractor to do some work for us is a nice thing, because some of our contractors have either retired or we just don't, there's a lot of work going on. They just don't have time to do the work, so we're glad to get somebody at a reasonable price. So Multi-Con is a registered KDOT contractor as well, does a lot of work in the Wichita area. So the options here are basically the Ray Avenue sidewalk was one we knew would be controversial and a challenge to work through. So we bid that one as an ad alternate. So our options today are a little more than normal. We have a 1A, a 1B, and that's basically just awarding the project with Ray Avenue or awarding it without it. So that's, stand for questions.
All right. Start, Commissioner Lombard.
Yeah, I've been out there to Ray Avenue a couple times, and and we got an email about recommending the sidewalk go on the
other side.
The other side,
Yes.
west side.
Right.
And I concur with that.
All right.
And most importantly is that the west side would coincide with the crosswalk at Belmont. The west side of Key going across Belmont has sidewalks currently.
The east side of Key does. East side of Key, it's across from the
I meant the east side of Ray.
east side of Ray?
Yes.
Okay.
On
Could we get that map back
There we go.
up?
Yep, that's the
on
next
the
one.
other side of Belmont.
Thank you.
So those sidewalks would align.
Yeah, this is Key, and then
okay.
here's Ray.
Ray.
Yep.
Also on Ray, the second or third house from the corner of Neal.
Yeah, one of these. Oh, down from the corner of Neal. Yeah, the trees.
Two
Some big
beautiful
trees.
oak trees.
Beautiful oak trees. They're nice.
Yes.
Yeah.
I cannot see disturbing those trees.
No, and our plan on that is just to go around them, so that we don't want to. Those are nice trees. There's no reason to take them out or kill them or anything. So we're going to go around them. That's our plan anyway.
There is a plan to go around.
Yeah, you bet. Yeah, we talked with that guy quite a bit. Those are nice trees. But really, those are the only obstructions on the whole block.
Yeah.
Two beautiful oak trees right in the
That
middle
was
of
a real roadblock for me.
Yeah, yeah, and our plan is to go around them and work with the city forester to, sidewalk luckily is only 4 inches thick concrete, so we're not going to dig out and put a big old trench next to the tree, but we would still possibly impact them and disturb some roots. We're just have to work with our forester and our contractor to minimize that for those two trees, correct?
Okay.
And which intersection did you refer to with this sidewalk matching? Was it at Belmont?
You
or-
go on the other side of Belmont on Ray, there's currently sidewalk on the west side.
Right in here?
No,
On the other side of Belmont.
Belmont.
Other side of Belmont, okay. Up in here?
Yeah.
Yep,
So
Correct.
those would line up.
yes.
And being on the west side, it would line up with that crosswalk.
Yeah, there's sidewalk here, sidewalk here. They kind of seem like if you're gonna cross Belmont and you come to here, those are your
But
options.
encourage kids to go to crosswalk rather than
It's the hope,
straight cross.
right.
So if a child was crossing Belmont in that mid-block crosswalk, chances are they would go to Key rather than double back up
Right.
north,
Key's shorter.
shorter route.
So I figure if you're going to this crosswalk, you're not gonna, it's an extra 150 feet probably to go back up and then around. We measured that. I think most people are gonna continue to do that the way they do today. We think, but
But it's not just about school children, it's.
no, anybody, yeah.
Yeah.
Lots of walkers.
I have the same sentiments about that residence. Have you talked with the individual that owns that property about how the solution would work? I can't see you winding it would have to be right against the curb.
Right. That's what we
Is
did.
there liberty to do that, or would you have it a curbside walk all the way down Ray then?
Well, at his driveway, luckily that whole area is flat, so it's pretty easy just to come into his driveway and then get Nick's back to the back of curb through the driveway, and then be at back of curb through his whole entire property. So for one property would be on back of curb. But for the rest of the whole block, there wasn't anything really in the way. So we were not on back of curb for the rest of the block, just that one property with the 2 nice trees.
If it's any consolation, further south, it doesn't show up on that aerial, but there, as you go further south on Ray, there's a drainage structure that crosses the road, and so it's not back of curb, then it moves to back of curb, and then it moves back to being separated. And just kind of a similar configuration.
Jacob, I have a link in there to a Google map we might look at.
The existing sidewalks that are there on Ray, would they be torn out and replaced?
We're matching them. They're in pretty good shape, yeah. Yeah, there's a couple lots with existing sidewalks, actually on both sides of the street, but yeah.
Right.
Yeah. Here's what Mike's referring to. It's back a curb through here for a ways, and it goes off back a curb as you go further south.
Yeah,
If you turn around here, you'll see those. Yeah, thanks, Jacob. Okay, we're tying in about right here, and there's those 2 trees. So you'd have a sidewalk that goes right through here, and then we'd go back of curb through here, and then, yep, right in there.
So Jacob, if you can go to the aerial of Ray and Berkeley.
Ray and what?
Berkeley or Tasker.
Oh, Tasker, okay, south. Okay.
Yep.
Is that the only length of street there that approaches a school that doesn't have a sidewalk? All the other streets have.
Yeah, surprising. Robin Road has one, and Key has one. I'm not sure about coming from the east.
Keep going, keep going, keep going, right there. So you can see at the top of that,
Oh, yeah,
it'd be similar to that configuration.
right.
So what are you showing us here?
Well,
Just on
that
the
is a
side.
sidewalk that is not back of curb,
Right.
and it transitions to back of curb, and then it transitions back. So
That's kind of what we'd have to do around those trees.
right.
But for the majority of the distance, it would look just like that. I mean, there's nothing in the way for most of the,
There is enough room
yeah,
between the tree and the curb?
it's tight, but yeah, there is. One of the trees is closer to the road than the other. One of them looks like it's not a problem at all. The one that's right near his driveway he's got a rock garden, and he's got a mailbox. He's got a few things in there that are
Where's the mailbox gonna
close to
go?
the tree. It'll have to go right in the sidewalk, basically, or close to the sidewalk there. Oh yeah, there we go. There's the rock garden and the mailbox. Mailbox is back about where the sidewalk would go, right in that area.
Can you vary the width of the sidewalk or have a cutout?
Typically 5 feet on back of curb. We have 4-foot sidewalks. You can go down to 3, but that's the ADA, kind of the ADA rule, minimum 3 foot. is the
Majority in
minimum.
that neighborhood, or I don't
4.
think they're 5. are they?
4, and yeah, we're making this one's gonna be 5 the whole way. 5 allows 2 people to walk kind of side by side pretty comfortably. 4 is a little tight.
Well, if I were that homeowner, I would say that if those trees were affected, it would substantially affect the value of my property.
Right. Yeah, we're meeting with City Forester to work through that. I guess at this point, we
Look
feel
mature
like that
enough
we can do it.
They're
but-
older than the house, possibly.
Yeah, he planted them when he built it. He built the house and planted them.
All right. Any other?
Other questions?
Maybe more of an observation. Could we go back to the intersection, the aerial shot of the intersection of Neal and, thank you, and just kind of you already have the sidewalk by the school on the east side of the road.
Right.
And I used to have an investment property near that intersection, and I saw exactly what the traffic flow, before and after school would be like, and it seems to make more sense to me that you would only, if you have it on the west side of the street, then you have, and I understand there's going to be other pedestrians using it, but the school is going to be a primary source of pedestrian activity. So on the west side, you're going to have to cross that intersection twice.
Right, here and then
To
over
get-
here, right.
And to me, that may seem like a safety issue. If elementary school age kids that are maybe not making the best decisions anyway, pertaining to their safety, and just a straight shot across Neal and that's it, they're done, they're on the campus. Just food for thought.
It's true. Commissioner Hoppett?
I guess we can talk about Ray, and then we can talk about some of these other properties, because I was a little frustrated as I was driving around trying to look at these, because there was nothing in here that told me which side of the street these sidewalks were going on.
Okay.
So we had, we had people talking about on Roach, which side of the street is the sidewalk going on?
West side.
Okay. And then how do we handle when utility poles or guide wires have to be moved? Do we have to contact the
Yeah, Evergy, we work with them on that. Sometimes we go around them, sometimes we have to try to get them to move them, depends on where they're at and what kind of a factor they are.
the sidewalks being put on Albert and Wayne, are they being put on the school side? Or are we going through individual yards? Because the one on Wayne to the north is Sacred Heart, which to me would make the most sense. Not
Well,
to,
and right now, we don't have any proposed for Albert or Wayne yet. I'm sure we will eventually. So what list are you looking at where we said Albert and Wayne?
you had Albert between Leland and Quincy. To the south are single-family residents. To the north is the school grounds.
Okay. That's
And-
not on this program, but yeah, we'll look at that one, I guess,
And
for
then
the next one.
on Wayne, it runs along residents are to the south, and then South Middle School runs to the north.
Oh, yeah, okay. I
And
know what you're
that
talking
makes
about.
more sense that you're not disturbing anybody's single-family residence yard
Yeah,
and
that's a
stuff.
nice one, because, yeah, we're on the south side of South Middle School, you're
Right.
saying? Yeah,
Yeah.
and Central's that way as well. We're on the west side of Roach. Well,
Yeah.
was it a quarter mile of that is right on the central side.
And the other thing that made it kind of difficult to know is whether you're doing back a curb or if you were doing, 5 or, I think on Ray Street, when I measured the current sidewalks, there's like 3 or 4 properties that already have sidewalks. They were 7 foot from curb.
Right.
Okay.
That's where they'll go.
Can you go back to the Ray? I had a question about, because I agree with Commissioner Longbine as I went out there. First of all, Ray definitely needs a sidewalk. When that street was in there, it did not connect Belmont to Schilling. So that carries a lot more traffic than it used to. And I was out there, been out there twice, and there's significant traffic on that road. So we definitely need a sidewalk somewhere, not only for for school students, but there was a lady pushing a stroller, and that's a pretty sharp curve up there, and if there's a car parked there, you're out in the middle of the street, and so it is definitely dangerous. So we definitely need to do something. If you go to the south, or right where Neal and Ray meet, on the left side of the screen there, see how that camper's parked? Is that legal? They put a pad in there.
Where at?
I mean, I personally want the sidewalk on that side. I measured, and I cannot move anything and put it on that side of the street. I don't have to worry about going back a curb or anything.
Yeah, I think there's landscaping up around the,
There
landscaping
is.
bed
There's a
up
lot of
around the
landscaping and
corner.
a fence up
Well-
on the northwest end.
Yeah, but see, but not if,
The tree there.
no, that tree's not a problem.
Not a problem? All right,
No.
these aren't a problem either through here?
Nope.
Nope. And then we had
You have sidewalk. So,
had a lot of landscaping and a fence there, so yeah, that'll be a struggle in that area.
yeah, a lot less than squeezing it in where that tree is, I think. But is that, where that camper's parked, is that,
It went through a review
That means-
and a
that means
permit
code?
process. Now, occupying it's a different question, but on a corner lot like that, with a designated front yard and side yard, they went through development services for that, is my understanding.
and see, the problem with that, if you do put it on that side, you'd almost have to only go 3 or 5 feet because there's not even room to park a vehicle there, not being in the sidewalk. That's the only problem I saw on that side of the street.
As you can see, our code puts it on both sides. You don't have to worry about this problem. Because there's going to be challenges on both sides
Yeah.
of the street. I don't want to minimize it on either side.
And so,
But I don't want to say it's easier on that side.
Our job is to govern, not to really manage, and probably if I would have done it, I would have looked at the other side of the street. But again, I see issues with both sides. I just want us to get something done there because it is dangerous.
Yeah, as you get to this end, there's some stuff in this area that was a struggle for us, but it's all, we can work through it all. Either way. But yeah, we've kind of already hit it on trying to match the one south of Neal on the east side of Ray. So that's where we've ended up.
You know, when we're only putting it on one side of the street, 50-50 is about the best we're going to be able to do. And probably going to fare less than 50-50. But we did have a conversation as staff in terms of the logic as well as the communication to the neighborhood. And I couldn't entirely, there's mitigating factors, but syncing up with the sidewalk at Coronado and minimizing the crossings at that intersection at drop-off and pickup time was compelling to me. I couldn't really argue with that.
And I know what Commissioner Linkowitz is saying about crossing twice.
Right.
But personally, I would rather have my kids crossing there at Neal and Ray because it's in a school zone than I would if they have to cross up at Belmont and Ray.
Well, and we can.
I mean,
you can what if it quite a bit, but if the general pedestrian movement, if we're talking about school children headed to Coronado, it seems likely that they would cross that crossing and head south rather than north. I think, but you've got varying uses, you've got varying destinations. There's no one right answer.
I get to say, too, that I did grow up in this neighborhood, lived at the end of Ray at Highland, and I rode my bike that street my whole time, so I did it. Survived. But there wasn't any sidewalks then, there isn't any now.
And again, it wasn't a through street when you were long time ago in school.
Too long ago, I guess. Yeah, it wasn't a through street.
So
I know that area pretty well.
So as the side of the street, I think Commissioner Hoppick and I are in agreement that it should go on the west side of Ray. Is that decision in concrete here, that it's going to go on the east side?
Well, you just have to pass it today we're not doing Ray at this point, so we don't have it designed for the other side of the road, and that'll be a process.
I guess what I would do is at least ask staff to look at both sides. And, because today we're just going to pass. We're not passing or raise and add alternates, or we could.
It was designed. So the bid that we received.
So it is designed?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. It's designed. It's ready to go. That's what the add alternate's about. So you have to just pass it today without Ray.
So we intentionally, we saw the petition coming. We knew that was an issue. So we structured it as an add alternate because the petition seems to indicate no sidewalks in the neighborhood.
Yeah, it cracks me up. People across the street signed the petition for no sidewalk, and I don't get that at all. So
well, that's you're going to have that. We put it on either side. You're going to get both. People are going to be excited to have it on either side. But yeah, at this point, we've got it designed for one side. The contractor's planning to build it on that side. That's what the contract documents say. So we got to. That's why you have the add alternate idea. So if you don't want the sidewalk on Ray today, got to do option. I think it's
1B.
Is it B?
Yes.
There you go.
I'm assuming
At that point, you could direct us to prepare a design and bid for the other side.
As long as you feel like you can work around those trees. I think it's pretty tight on that one.
It is. That's what we've.
As long as you're not taking out those trees, because on the others you'd be taking out a few shrubs at the most. So.
Do we have a ballpark as to which side would be cheaper to put sidewalk on? At the risk of being overly pragmatic.
Yeah, we looked at that as well. The east side has more driveways. It's longer, but it had more driveways we were connecting to, so it was, we thought it was a wash because we feel like when you redo a fence and landscaping, in the case around we don't have to really do any extra work around the trees other than saw a few roots, basically, clean cut some roots. So on the west side, we end up getting into landscaping and a fence, so it's just a little more, it's not as clean cut for the contractor. What those costs are is we didn't determine that, so we haven't bid that out. So it's a little shorter on the west side, but there were less driveways, so we felt like it was a pretty close wash.
The fire hydrants cause a problem
Typically not. no.
around those?
Yeah, a lot of times fire hydrants are like, I can't remember who said 7 feet is about where the current, you've got a gap between the sidewalk and the curb now of about 7 feet. So yeah, in there is gonna be all the water valves and the fire hydrants. We do have quite a few sprinklers on both sides, so that's something that we found out about that we have to deal with as well.
How do we handle that is that a cost to the city or is that cost to the landowner if we?
At this point, we've said it's a cost to the city. There's sprinklers all over quite a few of these properties, and so sometimes you don't really have to worry about them, depending on how deep they are. You don't get into them a lot, but to adjusting the heads and making sure they spray the areas again when we're done, we have to just go through, and sometimes the contractors can do that. We have time and materials for our 2 landscape contractors in town. We've got a few of them, so it's how often or how fast can they get there? What do we tear up when we tear up to put the sidewalk in? So it's a little bit of some people want their own sprinkler guy to work on them, so it's a hodgepodge of how we handle that.
One question that was raised to me is when we remove the dirt out of someone's yard, what do we do with it?
Usually it's the contractors, and so they either have to dispose of it or a lot of times with the sidewalk project, you just use it back for grading. It's good dirt, so you just put it back when you're done to match everything in. But yeah, there's some waste, so they just take it.
Okay.
All right. We'll move to public comment. Any public comment? Particularly covering something that's not already been said?
Thank you. Jim Twage, Director of Public Works. I guess just 2 things I wanted to add. I don't want you to feel that Mr. Stack was holding the ball here, that ultimately it was my decision. He makes the plans and then I have to approve them. So the decision on which side of the street it goes on, rests squarely with me. Second, I think it was just important to recognize that included in your packet was a matrix that showed a scoring table, and we've spent several months identifying all of the gaps in Salina, and there are 608 of just such gaps. So whatever decision you make, I would assume that one of those 608 is the other side of Ray, because my job to the pavement technicians are show me every gap in Salina, which is 608. Now those are obviously going, as Dan mentioned, are gonna score lower because there's already a sidewalk on one side. But that other side of any given street would still represent a gap that is still going to be assessed at some point for the design of a sidewalk on the opposing side. I thought that may be helpful in your deliberation. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, John Blanchard. I appreciate that clarification because I wanted to address the question of where the gaps are. I do know that several years back I did a substantial analysis of North Salina and know that there are considerable gaps up there. I know there are considerable gaps in some other parts of town, primarily probably the next biggest gaps are around the Sunset School area. And so, and I want to kind of tie together the point of sometimes we have gaps where parents are less likely to be picking up their children from school because you have two parents working. And I hope that that's some sort of consideration on where we fill these gaps with public funds. And also, what is the criteria we use for gaining whether or not, before we get into a full set of engineering drawings, whether or not the neighbors want this? Because I found it interesting that on Ray Avenue, residents on both sides of the street don't want this. And sometimes when the residents speak, we should listen to them. Having said that, I completely agree with the analysis that Commissioner Hoppick had on if you're going to do this, where do you do it? And every point that he brought up, I think, was well worth listening to and following, because I do think that if you are going to do it, that is the way to do it. But I would encourage you to look at places around Sunset School, around Cottonwood School. I know Hughesner has a lot of gaps, and Oakdale has gaps, and some of those gaps are, the sidewalks are either brick and unwalkable, or they're just, because of tree roots, that they're just not walkable. So sometimes there may be a sidewalk, but it may be more dangerous than having a sidewalk there, actually. So I hope that you'll consider all of those things. But if you do put the sidewalk in, I hope that you'll consider Commissioner Hoppick's recommendation there. Thank you.
Hello, Steve Wilson. I live on Ray. When you're looking at the petition, first, not everyone on Ray saw that petition, so not all of us had the ability to look at it. But I am one who's for the sidewalks. I've got a 6-year-old that goes to Coronado. I've got a 60-something-year-old mother. She'd get mad at me if I told how old she was. Walking her to home from school, they've both had to dodge cars in both directions. I've got friends that say, hey, yeah, we use your street all the time to get over to Lowe's between Belmont because we don't want to go that far down. That happens at the time when kids are walking to and from school. Doesn't necessarily matter what side of the street it's on, but it's needed. And what I would encourage you to do is those that sign the petition, ask them why. They care about landscaping. They care about what kind of dirt's going in their yard. They care about trees, which is important. I care a lot more about a 6-year-old that I don't want dodging cars. Thanks.
I do have one other comment. As I looked at that and I asked about that pad, when we're trying to fill in sidewalks that are not there, it's not a perfect, no matter where we're at in town, it's not going to be perfect because you're not going in and doing it under new construction. The house at Neal and Ray, so we're talking about the large oak tree at the one home. I have a concern about being on the west side and the fact that under a R1 zoning, I believe on a side yard, it's a 15-foot setback. Well, unless you do back a curb, if you're 5 or 7 foot off and you have a 3-foot sidewalk, you're 10 foot into that house. So if you notice how they were parking, I think that there's a good chance there's vehicles are going to be parked over that sidewalk a lot of the time. And so I have that to me almost concerns me more than trying to work around that tree when I looked at it. So even though I think the west side, it's still not perfect. So I'd probably, like I said, if the city thinks they can work around that oak tree, I'll probably be okay with that.
All right. I didn't see one online. Did you? All right. Bring it back to commission for action.
Mayor Davis, I move we award the base bid and Ray Avenue from Neal to Belmont and add alternate for project number 22020, 2022 sidewalks to Multicon Inc. of Wichita in the amount of $292,504 with a $14,625 $1.20 construction contingency for a total project authorization not to exceed $307,129.20, and authorizing the city manager to execute a contract with Multicon Inc. of Wichita upon fulfillment of all prerequisites under the bid documents.
I'll second that.
It's been moved and seconded to approve a bid to Multicon Incorporated for sidewalks on Ray, so with the base bid and with the add alternate on Ray Avenue from Neal to Belmont. All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed?
Nay.
Motion carries 4-1. Thank you. We'll move to 6.3.
Item, excuse me, item 6.3, approve resolution number 22-8089, converting the Smoky Hill River Section 1135 feasibility study from the U.S. Army Corps of Engineer Continuing Authorities Program to the General Investigation Program.
Thank you, Mayor and Commissioners. Martha Tasker, Director of Utilities. And in my presentation, I'm briefly going to discuss the U.S. Army Corps of Engineer project and the RAISE grant project and their costs and schedules and how they link together. Start with the feasibility study. In November of 2017, the City Commission approved an agreement with the Department of Army to provide a Section 1135 Smoky Hill River Aquatic Ecosystem Restoration feasibility study for the Smoky Hill River Renewal Project. We'll call that feasibility study from this point on, shorten the title. The feasibility study agreement was executed in January of 2018. The U.S. Army Corps of Engineers worked on the feasibility study and presented a draft feasibility study in October of 2021. In November of 2021, the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers and HDR presented 2 alternatives to be considered for the locally preferred plan, which would be utilized to complete the feasibility study. Alternative 1 was a flowing channel that was excavated, had a constant depth and allowed water to flow, and but it didn't really have the appearance of a river. Alternative 2 was pools and riffles. It was designed with riffles, runs, and deeper water to have the appearance of a natural river and a much better ecosystem result. In December of 2021, the City Commission selected the locally preferred plan to be Alternative 2, pools and riffles. This was following a public meeting and survey that was conducted where the participants, or 93%, agreed with the Alternative 2 pools and riffles plan. At that time in December of 2021, the total project costs for design and implementation, meaning it did not include the cost for the feasibility study, was estimated to be $14.79 million. Of that, the city's share was $5.24 million, or 35%. As we look at that cost, that is a 35% of over the federal share. And at a 35% non-federal cost share, the policy waiver approval has to be completed at the headquarters in Washington, D.C. So, trying to make sure I stay in my right order here. The RAISE grant, talk briefly of that. It is a Rebuild America Infrastructure Sustainability and Equity Grant. The RAISE grant full scope project cost was roughly $36.7 million, and it included a $25 million RAISE grant award and $12.7 million of non-federal funds. In August, staff received 2 emails from the RAISE grant selection committee. The first was requesting an immediate response to either increasing the non-federal funds by as much as $4.8 million through either local or other federal sources, or decreasing the total project cost by $4.8 million. The commission authorized $4.8 million of additional funds be made available so that we could deliver the full scope presented in the raise grant application with the $20.1 million raise grant award. The second was a request for a cost breakdown for the 4th Street Community Plaza, which had separate components for the street and the boardwalk improvements. The total cost for the 4th Street Plaza was roughly $4.9 million. The community plaza portion was $2.9, and the streets and boardwalk were $2 million. The ultimate raise grant award was for $22.1 million, which included the additional $2 million for the street and boardwalk, which would be considered part of a KDOT or transportation type project. I'm going to kind of revert back to the feasibility study now, and at this time I'm going to introduce Seth Learman with the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers, who has a PowerPoint presentation to walk through, and once we walk through that and you have a chance for questions with him, we'll come back and try to summarize where we're headed.
Afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Seth Lerman with the Army Corps, and I'm the current project manager for the Smoky Hill Section 11 Continuing Authorities program or project. And I'm just going to spend a little time adding some details to what Martha said to help you explain some of the options and help with your decision on how you want to proceed with this project. Next slide, please. I'm going to spend a little bit of time talking about the requirements for staying in the Continuing Authorities program as opposed to converting to the GI or the General Investigations program, go through the cost analysis for those two, and then talk a little bit about a third option, termination, as well as give you a rough timeline that you might expect for completion of the project should you convert to a GI. So the requirements for staying in the cap are that, well, first we have a project limit of $10 million. And the project exceeds that. So in order to move forward, if the project is, if the amount that it exceeds is less than 25% of the total project cost, approval just goes to, or the waiver request for approval goes to the division. If it's between 25 and 50%, you have to get headquarters approval, and over 50%, it needs to go to the Assistant Secretary of the Army of Civil Works for approval. Your project cost right now exceeds by over 50%. It's hovering right around 50%, which means that it would have to go to the Assistant Secretary of the Army for approval. Likelihood of approval at that level is very low. And there's not necessarily any time frame for when that approval might come. It's submitted, and then we wait on a decision. The other thing that I'll point out right now is that all costs, and I'll get to this in the next slide, but all costs above the per project limit, so anything over the $10 million is covered, under the cap, is covered 100% by the local sponsor. So the city would cover anything over that $10 million at 100%. Next slide, please. If we look on the left-hand side, and I'll just stick with the general numbers here, the locally derived cost estimate, you can see the total is about $21 million. Under cap, that means that, thank you, with the federal limit at $10 million, that means that the city would be responsible for $11,115,000. And that would be the total amount that you'd be responsible for, because under cap, you're responsible for 100% of that cost. Under the GI, even though the cost share is different, it's only 65-35%, that extends beyond anything that exceeds the total cost. So you're only going to be responsible for $7.6 million. Any questions on that? Did I explain that clearly? Okay, all right. So the advantage to converting to a GI is that even though it may take a little longer, and I'll get to some of those time issues, even though it may take a little longer, or you're going back over some of the things that have already been done, the total cost to the city is going to be significantly less than trying to continue with the cap, as well as the fact that you won't have to get approval at the Assistant Secretary of the Army level. Next slide, please. So the steps for the general investigation, really, it's going to be initiated by you. It would be a draft letter of intent, and the Army Corps has already sort of drafted a letter that we would submit to Martha for review. The city would review it, make any recommendations, and then we would provide that letter in December for consideration. And the hope is that we're trying to keep this, we're trying to get this, expedite this as much as we can. So the idea would be that if the city decides to move forward with the general investigations conversion, we would submit this letter in December, and we would try to get it in the queue for funding for fiscal year 23, on federal fiscal year 23. Once it goes in, if it's approved, and again, you can see that there's congressional appropriations must be in the core budget for it to be approved, then we would have that money available in FY23, and we could start the project moving forward. We would lose very little time with what's been done, with what's already been done with the CAP study, because as was mentioned earlier this afternoon, the feasibility study that was conducted for the CAP study, the bulk of that could be used for the general investigation study. So we could move right into that process, and what typically might take 1 to 3, or 2 or 3 years for a feasibility study, we've already completed a large portion of that. There would be some additional components or elements to add to it, but the bulk of that work would be done, and we expect that we might be able to get that done within a year, barring any unforeseen circumstances. Once the feasibility study is done, it's going to go through a number of steps. It would get approval, and once that's completed, we would move into the design and construction phase. And under the design and construction phase, we expect that design would take 1 to 2 years, and then construction about 2 years. So we're looking at, somewhere between 5 to 6 years, assuming that there's very little, there are a few obstacles standing in our way, and we can move things forward as fast as possible. And I think that's it with the explanation. Yeah, that's an extra slide. That was just a visual, and I think some of that was covered earlier this afternoon. Questions?
Any questions? And I think a lot of it was explained during the study session. It's probably not as fast as anyone wanted, but unless someone wants to write a check for $15 million, it's probably worth the wait. We'll name something after you. Just 15 million. Okay. Thank you.
Try to tie together what's been brought forward today. As Seth mentioned, the locally derived cost for the CAP is currently at that 53%, which would put us in that situation where the Assistant Secretary of the Army for Civil Works at Headworks, or at Headworks is a wastewater term, at headquarters, getting in Washington, D.C. is where it would have to get approved. And as Seth mentioned, he's talked with us that that does not seem very likely at all. So that was part of the reason that the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers district staff suggested that we move from the CAP program, which, as he mentioned, has the $10 million cap from the federal funding and 100% from the local sponsor of the city. So when we move to the GI program, that does not have a federal per project cost limit, and the cost share there is 65% and 35% non-federal. And I think Seth covered those costs for you fairly well. So in general, under the GI program, looking at a total of and using the local costs as opposed to national of 21.3 million for the project. If you remember, a year ago, we were roughly 15 million, which seems to be what we're seeing in increases in project costs, whether it's this project or the wastewater plant or others. Heard comments of projects doubling, so this is kind of where we're at in the current market. And so basically at that cost, the federal share is 13.7 million and the city's share is 7.6 million, or we have a savings of about 3.5 million using the GI program versus a cap. And on page 4, that would be a change in that first paragraph from the city cost was 7.6 in lieu of 7.9 million, which results in a 3.5 savings. That's that working remotely that evidently I'm not skilled at, so sorry about that, but the bottom line is it's 3.5 million. Seth talked about the steps of the work that we need to be done. I wasn't as gracious with my schedule in my staff report as Seth was. I allowed 3 years to get the funding in place, whether it's 2023 or 2024, and to have the feasibility study done in 24 through 2026. And then 1 to 2 years for design and construction, and 2 years for the construction. So I used a total of 4 years there. So in my scope, I'm looking at somewhere between, to get everything completed through 2030, which is very close to the schedule that we have talked about for the RAISE grant, that have the construction of the bridges done by mid-2030 and all of the dollars spent by 2031. So they match fairly well, and as we spoke earlier, we would like to do the bridges without flowing water. It'd be much more cost-effective. So based on the proposed RAISE grant and these project schedules and the cost savings of 3.5 million on the city or non-federal share, staff recommends converting the Smoky Hill River Section 1135 feasibility study to continuing authorities program to the general investigation program. As far as in our budget, we talked about that earlier, but I'll try to just highlight that quickly. The Smoky Hill River Renewal project really includes 2 components, the RAISE grant and the U.S. Army Corps of Engineer project. And to date, we have roughly $15 million left that has not been committed from the sales tax for projects. And at one time, ultimately, we did approve $4.8 million for the RAISE grant to stick with the entire project that was suggested. So looking at the dollars based on what we know today and the current costs, the remaining work that we have to do is to purchase the water storage from Canopolis Lake, which is roughly $1 million. The non-federal share for the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers project, which is $7.6 million, and the RAISE grant non-federal share of roughly $10.6 million, or a total of $9.2 million. Obviously, once all these projects have been confirmed and the funding sources are determined, we can get down to where the dollars might come from, but did have the finance staff take a quick look at what we're seeing with sales tax today, and we're having roughly a 0.5% increase annually. So the potential is that the difference between the 15 million and the 19.2 million for remaining work, that could be covered by sales tax if we would have the 0.5% sales tax increase fall into play each year. So hopefully there's funding there as we move forward and the projects remain at the costs we're seeing, but that's all yet to be determined. Staff identified the standard 4 options. Option 1 is to approve resolution number 22-0 or 8089, converting the Smoky Hill River Section 1135 feasibility study from the continuing authorities program to the general investigation program. Option 2 is to approve the resolution with amendments. Option 3 is postpone consideration of the resolution to a specified date and time. Option 4 is to vote to deny the resolution, which would result in delaying the completion of the river renewal projects. Staff recommends option 1. This time, I would be glad to answer any questions you might have and could also call upon the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers staff and HDR staff that were here for the study session for any questions that you may all have.
All right, I'll start from my left. Commissioner Hoppick.
I don't really have any questions, but from our study session earlier today, I think it'd be relevant to tell the public kind of what we were looking at, with the $10 million from the Corps to where we're at now, how much more we're able to do because of the raise grant and stuff, if you could address that.
The raise grant dollars really have made a tremendous difference in the project. With the raise grant and the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers project, at the current, estimated costs, we're at roughly over $50 million worth of work. And if you looked at the entire concept, we had at 30%, the project was in the $80 to $90 million range, depending on certain components. So this is allowing us to get probably at least 50% of the work that we had originally planned for in the overall concept for the river renewal project, which was looking at anything from 4 to 5 to 6 phases. So with the raise grants funds, it's really allowing us to move the project much further down the road, and we'll get 7 bridges replaced, trails, a retaining wall at the South Water Plant, the plaza area, street and boardwalk, and lighting, and there's just many other amenities that goes with the project, but so much more than we've ever had planned to be in the first phase of the project.
And for the public, you might address what the raise grant actually is and where those dollars come from?
The raise grant is from the federal highway, and it's federal dollars that come through. Let's see if I can say this right. I may ask Eric to cover that base so I get it correct, since he filled out the grant, but I say it's federal dollars from the federal KDOT as opposed to our state KDOT, so federal dollars.
And that's what's allowing us to do the bridges and the
That's correct.
and all
It's
those.
through a KDOT transportation project. Eric, was that close enough, or?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
Federal dollars in lieu of our state KDOT dollars. Other question? Did you have 3, Mike?
That wasn't a question, I just asked, well, it was, I was just asking you to expand on some of that information, so thank you.
Commissioner Langley.
No questions.
Commissioner Bryant. Commissioner Longby.
Yeah, for the public, if anyone kind of doesn't quite get this, I learned a lot in the study session. And I would recommend people that are questioning what's going on here to go back and review that on tape, because I can tell you when this project first was at $95 million, I wasn't on board at all. And I think, as Eric explained, how it's scaled back to a manageable project that's doable. Yeah, I think we're in the right direction, and people are anxious.
We did have the 2010 master plan that I think you're speaking to, Commissioner, that was, I call it the grandiose plan. It had locks and concrete channels and taxis and everything that you might see in San Antonio or someplace else. So it was pretty grandiose, and as we started to rethink the project, we had a 26-member steering committee that came on board and worked with HDR and city staff to right-size this project to what's right for the city of Salina as opposed to some other community. And as a result of that, changes were made, and a lot of common sense was used to make good decisions to make this a project that speaks to the city of Salina and what the citizens wanted as opposed to the more grandiose plan. I think that's what you're getting at.
Right.
So we have to thank the steering committee for that, because they were tended over a dozen meetings that were 2 or 3 hours long and read lots of documentations and voted on this and looked at that, and really, it was a large group, but they all brought a different aspect to the group, and I think made the end result an outstanding project.
Okay, thank you. Any public comment? Questions, concerns? Don't see any hands raised online. All right, we will move forward. Is there any action to be taken on this issue?
Mayor, I move we approve resolution number 22-8089, converting the Smoky Hill River Section 1135 feasibility study from the Continuing Authorities Program to the General Investigation Program.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded to approve resolution number 22-8089. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0. Thank you, and thank you for all who traveled to enlighten us today there. Thank you. We will now move to 6.4.
Item 6.4, approve resolution number 22-8091, authorizing a staffing change in the Salina Fire Department.
Ms. Fisher, I had it.
Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. At the direction of the city manager, the fire chief was tasked to perform a preliminary and ongoing review and needs assessment as he settled into his new role at the Salina Fire Department. The chief came back and stated that he did believe there was a need for a deputy fire chief role, and in the assessment determined that a deputy fire chief would provide enhanced operational administrative oversight, organizational continuity and resiliency, manageable span of control, and a departmental leadership succession plan. Typical realignments, additions, removals are with the city manager per our personnel manual. However, anytime something is deemed not budget neutral, that is when we bring it back to you. The chief did ask that we realign one of the current executive level positions and not add a new role. However, because of the nature of the pay grades, we did deem that there would be some expense, and again, that's why it's being brought back to you. The resolution that is attached that was seeking authorization does amend the role from the EMS director to a deputy fire chief, and in accordance with that change would amend the 2022 and 2023 public safety pay plan schedules, removing that role and then adding the deputy chief fire role, moving from pay grade P61, that position would be eliminated, and adding a role at P63. While it's hard to determine exactly what the change in that position would be, the difference between the two minimums and maximums of those roles at those pay grade levels would range from $7,330 to $11,727, and then adding in Medicare, KPNF, and the additional expenses, unemployment insurance, work comp, and life insurance, the total cost would range from $9,550 to $15,278. The change in those pay schedules are attached as well. Chief Snyder is here also to provide some additional insight should you have any questions for him, because I provided a very, very brief summary of what he proposed with this change. But before you is consideration to approve resolution 22-8091, authorizing a staffing change, including an amendment to the fire department staffing table and the 2022 and 2023 public safety pay plan schedules, approving that resolution with amendments as you deem fit, postponing consideration to a specified date and time, and provide staff direction in terms of additional information or amendments that you would like to see to be of further consideration, or to deny this request at this time.
Commissioners, if I may, I just wanted to clarify one thing. Well, some of you would certainly recall, we had a deputy chief position, eliminated the position, and then as part of hiring in the current chief, he was specifically tasked with assessing the need of a deputy chief position. This wasn't something just kind of out of the blue. It was a task that I asked him to review. And this is kind of a compromise approach rather than restate a deputy chief position. It's a consolidation of roles after his assessment of the performance of the department and the command staff.
Okay, Commissioner Lombard, any questions?
This P63 pay grid, that would remain hourly, is that correct?
No, those are both exempt roles. It would be
Oh, they are.
salaried, yes.
All the other chief positions are hourly?
The only chief that is hourly is the battalion chief.
Well, yeah.
We matched it to be at the same pay grade as the chief, the deputy chief that's in the police department, which is also an exempt role.
Okay.
Commissioner Lyon?
No questions.
Okay. I'm not sure if this question will be for you or for Chief Snyder, but in the future, let's say 15 years out, would the person applying to be deputy fire chief have to have had a career path that would have included whatever you need to be qualified for to be an EMS director as well? And I don't know how much difference that is in non-EMS fire. I know I'm getting way off in terms I don't know about, but are there different career paths where you would expect one person to be able to fulfill both roles in the future?
That was discussed, and I will defer to him.
Okay.
There you go.
I didn't know if there was a separate fire career path and EMS career path.
Well, thank you. For the record, Tony Snyder, Fire Chief. So when we looked at this, and as Mr. Schrag had said, that I was tasked with looking at the fire department and seeing where we stood. And one of the biggest questions that's always asked is, how do you prepare for the future? You create your own future. So in looking at it and looking what had been done and the reasons for both having a deputy chief and then not having a deputy chief, seeing where we stood, to answer your question, no, you do not have to be an EMS chief as currently that we have now to be a future deputy chief. However, some of the requirements within the new, as we put it together, for the position of deputy chief would require certain things, but not specific to EMS chief. So kind of yes and no in part, but really more or less in the specifics of being a paramedic and experience there, and then time in rank and different ranks and things of that nature. So that's the simple answer, but this is the first step in looking at the future in my short 7 months here. So trying to create a better future.
Just a short follow-up question. So would there be a scenario in which you'd have someone thoroughly qualified to be deputy chief who just happened to not have much EMS administrative experience? Would we be in the situation where we would have to then recreate the role of EMS director?
I don't believe so, at least not at this point. As things change and as responsibilities change and understanding how EMS is such a huge component of our emergency services, that's always a consideration. But when you have someone who's had that EMS background, as well as then the paramedic, it's a certain help for sure. But to be specific in that, I don't know that that would be absolutely necessary. Again, this is my first step in looking at the future. So down the road, we always assess. We'll continue to talk with city management as I see things and as we see things, and keep moving forward to prepare us for a better future.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Commissioner Linkowitz?
Questions?
Commissioner Hoppett? All right, any questions from the public?
Good afternoon, John Blanchard. Just to kind of tie together what the chief said and what Mike said, as far as there being a deputy chief position in the past. And I'll just start out by saying I think that the decision is theirs. The chief ought to be able to staff his department the way he sees fit. I will, though, bring up a little history, and I don't know if any of you got the opportunity to read any of the studies, management studies and organizational studies from 2007. Shortly after Chief Mulliken came to the department, City Manager Gage hired an outside consultant to look at everything and assess and make recommendations. I think that Chief Mulliken accepted some of those and rejected some of those. But in light of the fact that we are now engaged in a lawsuit in federal court in Topeka stemming from a scandal at the fire department in which the blame was primarily put on the fact that we didn't have a deputy chief, I can say that I appreciate an assessment and looking at it, and it very well may be the problem that we didn't have the chief and that was a problem. But I think it'd be nice to see some sort of, and I don't know if there is a documentation of the assessment, but when we talk about things like economic development and such, there's a phrase that's called metrics count. And so my question would be, in going to a deputy chief, what are our metrics? What are we going to measure success by? How are we going to determine whether this is really moving, in the direction we want it to? Because it seems like there kind of was a compromise. It sounds like a compromise, but it seems like the decision to have a deputy chief was made well in advance of the current chief being on board. So I would just like to know kind of what the metrics are and if anybody had, other than the chief, it sounds like taking a look at the organizational studies and the operational studies from 2007. And just real quick, while I'm up here and the fire chief and the fire marshal are here, I would wonder if they would have any comment on whether or not the emergency access road at River Run was properly approved by them, or if what the case is, and if their understanding of Appendix D would be sufficient to make the determination as to whether that was in fact consistent with our current fire code and consistent with the 2006 fire code when the replat was done in 2010. Thank you.
Okay, well, I'm sure they heard the question. We'll give them time to come up with an answer to that maybe in the next week or two. The decision regarding reestablishment of the deputy chief was left solely up to the new chief. But we intentionally did not want to address it with a new chief coming in. But thank you for your comments. Anyone else? Public comment? Right, bring it back to the commission for action here.
Mayor Davis, I move we approve resolution number 22-8091, authorizing a staffing change at the Salina Fire Department, including an amendment to the fire department staffing table in 2022 and 2023 public safety pay plan schedules.
I'll second that.
More than what I was going to read, but I was just going to say it's been moved and seconded to approve resolution number 22-8091. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0. Thank you. Development business, 7.1.
Item 7.1, consider a request to transfer ownership of the covered arcade located on the east side of the 200 block of South Santa Fe Avenue to First Bank, Kansas.
I'm sorry, Mr. Andrew.
Thank you, Mayor and Commissioners. We are looking at an existing pedestrian arcade that's located in the 200 block of South Santa Fe on the east side. And this block is predominantly commercial in nature, has a number of business and professional offices, and is now anchored at the south end by the new Homewood Suites Hotel. This aerial photo was from 2014 when it there was an initial proposal there, and it's showing a warehouse and some small businesses there at the south end that have since been removed to make way for the hotel. The city manager recently received a Hanley on behalf of First Bank Kansas, and that was a request that the city consider transferring ownership of the Walkway Arcade that's highlighted in blue on that map. And the proposal is if First Bank Kansas is able to obtain ownership of that 10-foot strip, they would plan to remove that arcade roof cover and to make substantial enhancements to the arcade and the adjoining buildings while leaving it open to public pedestrian traffic. And so we have provided for your benefit some research that staff performed to figure out the origins of the downtown arcades. And back in around 1960, the early 60s, there were 45 different properties that were acquired and eventually cleared to create 6 surface parking lots in the downtown area in the rear of the buildings along Santa Fe. And as part of that project, the property was purchased by the city to construct 5 enclosed pedestrian walkway arcades that would link parking lots on 5th Street and 7th Street to the Santa Fe Avenue. And the idea behind the arcades was to provide direct access for employees and customers from the 5th and 7th Street parking lots. So our records indicate that this particular arcade, the strip, was purchased in 1960 from Mr. Edward Toll at a cost of $5,000, and that allowed the city to construct a covered arcade between 2 buildings. Most of the arcades downtown are pretty uniform. They're 10 feet in width, they're 8-foot ceiling heights, they had concrete floors, they had finished ceilings, recessed lightings. They could not very much be called aesthetically attractive. They're functional and utilitarian. They're not really very attractive to look at. But in 1985, 2 of the original 5 arcades were removed to allow for construction of plaza areas. So it's kind of difficult to visualize, but where Campbell Plaza is today, the north 10 feet of that was a covered arcade. And that covered arcade was removed, and a building was removed, and then that became Campbell Plaza. And so there was another covered arcade that was removed to make Spillman Plaza. So again, this structure is 10 feet wide, 8 feet in height. It runs 110 feet overall. It stops just short of the rear alley. So those lots are 120 feet deep. This tunnel, if you will, is 110 feet long, and it extends to within 10 feet of the alleyway. It's pretty well centered in the block, and it connects the parking in the rear to Santa Fe at the present time. And back in 2014, the city was also contacted by First Bank Kansas, and they acquiring this arcade from the city. The difference was at that particular time, the bank indicated that they wanted to enclose that arcade, close it to public access, and incorporate it into this building right here. So they were planning to expand the wall of this building into this space and enclose it and cut that area off. And so at that time, we did determine that this was acquired in fee title by the city. It's not a pedestrian easement. It's not any form of right-of-way. It's not subject to any vacation requirements. It's not park property. It's just city property that the city commission is free to dispose of or not dispose of as you see fit. Back in 2014, the city commission referred this item to the design review board. A public hearing was held. There was advertising in the Salina Downtown newsletter, and staff put together verbal and written comments and a PowerPoint presentation, presented that to the City Commission at their July 14th, 2014 meeting. Following that presentation and comments, the City Commission chose to take no action at that time, so the covered arcade has remained open and is in use, still owned and maintained by the city. So now a new request has come forward that does not involve closure or elimination of the walkway, but instead proposes to physically modify the existing walkway instead by removing the roof covering the arcade. And so we have depictions in your packet both of the proposed modifications to the facades along Santa Fe, and also a rendering that shows what they plan to do with this particular arcade. And so with the various acquisitions, First Bank has a total of 422 feet of frontage that they own along Santa Fe Avenue. So that block is 750 feet long, and 422 feet of that block is owned by First Bank. Of that 422 feet, 230 feet of that is building frontage. The rest of it is parking lot frontage. So we provided some information for you about the history and the growth of First Bank, but they now own 9 lots along that frontage. They have an office building to the north of the arcade that was formerly owned and occupied by Salina Regional Health Center offices. They own the property occupied by Advantage Trust, that's just south of the arcade, and then their main bank building is at 235 South Santa Fe. And so they have come forward with a plan to remove the metal awning that wraps around the main bank and Advantage Trust buildings. They plan to install new facade finishes consisting of a stone base and brick and ephes along the Santa Fe facades, and they're proposing that same treatment to the north building, north of the existing arcade, so that it can be a comprehensive overall design for all 3 buildings. So this view that you're looking at here takes into account the bank, the First Bank, Kansas Bank, and the Advantage Trust, and then the building to the north with the arcade located roughly right there. And so they're proposing to make changes to the pedestrian walkway tunnel as well, and they want to remove the concrete floor that's currently in the tunnel and the concrete block walls and roof. They then propose to install a new sidewalk and new exterior finishes on the walls of the adjoining building. They would use the same masonry and ephes consistent with the front facade, and they've even discussed adding some windows along the walkway to provide natural light to the buildings on either side of the arcade. So this property is within the Business Improvement District, and so their plans went to the Design Review Board on the 14th of April for a public hearing. And so we did provide notice to all the property owners within 200 feet of that hearing. They included Mr. Gary Stansberry, Norton Wassman, Jones Kelly, Blue Beacon, Old Chicago. They were all provided notice of the application and the proposed changes to the arcade. The Design Review Board reviewed these at their meeting, and they approved a certificate of compatibility for the facade changes, and they also endorsed the bank's plan to remove the cover from the existing pedestrian walkway. And so they knew and understood that the walkway is owned by the city. What happens in that walkway is ultimately the decision of the City Commission, but the Design Review Board and the Salina Downtown Inc. endorsed the concept that First Bank put forward. So before you this evening is a deed that's been prepared by the city attorney, and it's a little unusual because it's got some covenants in it and some reversionary clauses. But it does specify that the walkway remain open to the public pedestrian traffic. It has some reversionary provisions that would cause ownership to revert back to the city if any of the agreement provisions are not met. And so we've identified on page 7 some preconditions that would have to occur before the ownership actually transferred. And that would include city staff review and approval of their detailed plans for closing and demolition of the arcade. They would need to provide a certificate of insurance demonstrating they have the required insurance coverage described in Covenant 7 in the agreement. And then there would need to be a closure of public access to the arcade by the city, and we would not do that until First Bank had obtained all the necessary approvals and was ready to commence work. So, as far as fiscal impact, First Bank is not proposing to pay any compensation to the city for this 10-foot wide walkway. The main impact to the city would be we would no longer be responsible for maintaining that covered arcade. All of the costs to make the physical modifications, improvements, and ongoing maintenance would be borne by First Bank Kansas. And in the within the body of the deed, there's a place that calls for a deadline of completion of the work, and that deadline was established as April 15th, 2023. So under the agreement, they would need to be substantially complete with their conversion work by that date. So we've identified several options for you this evening. The first option would be to authorize the mayor to sign the attached special warranty deed transferring ownership of the arcade to First Bank Kansas. That would not occur till all the preconditions had been met by First Bank. You could postpone consideration of this request to a future meeting date and time and provide direction to staff about what additional information or amendments to the terms of the transfer you'd like to see made, or you could take no action in response to First Bank Kansas request. That would result in the city retaining ownership and maintenance responsibility for the arcade. We do have Andrew Manley here from First Bank. If you have questions about their plans, I would defer any questions about the covenants and reversionary clauses in the deed to Mr. Bankston. But I'd be happy to answer any questions about the plans that were reviewed by the Design Review Board.
All right, Commissioner Longbine?
I really don't have any questions. I just have a comment that just observing, and I walked through there Saturday, that these arcades have had their time. And they do need, I commend them if they want to make some improvements.
Yeah, well, we determined in our research and didn't really know before was that there were started out with 5. 2 of them were eliminated to create plazas. So there's 3 left to deal with, and this deals with one of them. But yeah, they do date from around 1960, so they've got some age to them.
Commissioner Hobbit?
Quite the deed, Mr. Bingston. I had certain questions that I wanted to have answered. I think the deed does that. It does release the city from any liability, which I think obviously would have happened anyway with the deeding of the property. It does gives us remedies for any deficiencies that First Bank would have for not taking care of the property, the pedestrian walkway properly. I was concerned about snow and ice removal and stuff, and there is a section in there that deals with first, not only do they have to keep it clean, but they have to be responsible for removing the snow and ice. Any future improvements or changes to that walkway do have to be approved by the city, correct? If I read it correctly. The other thing is, my concern was if they sold either side of the building, what would happen? And there is a clause in here, and the way the deed is written, not only is the walkway address, but so is the legal description of both properties on both sides. So that will be made of record. So if they did try to sell one of the properties, the city gets notified and we have to approve that sale because of, or at least be involved in it because of that walkway attaching to those properties. So I think the deed's very thorough. It covers us, and so.
Let me dovetail one of my questions on that last comment of yours. If the property was sold to First Bank as opposed to transferred, would there then be a basis for that restriction to notify us that it was either building on either side was being sold?
If they were to just transfer it to someone?
Well, no, if we were to sell it to them as just like any other piece of property as opposed to transferring it, we would then, I'm assuming, not have a basis for all of these?
Yes, we do, because of the deed.
I think the mayor's hypothetical is if it was just a straight land sale.
Oh.
Then they wouldn't owe us notification
No.
if?
No.
Okay. Because where I'm going with that is with all of the restrictions, probably not the best term, in the deed, so we're ceding use and control. And just so I have my head straight for precedence, how would this be different from their use of this property from what Prickly Pear has in Campbell Plaza? And basically, they use it, we put some conditions on it, but we still own it.
Well, and I'll start to try to answer that one, I guess. Part of it, I think, was just conversations between myself and First Bank about their preference. They had a preference of ownership, and then I expressed the long-term public interest of maintaining public access. And so, and recognizing their desire for full property ownership and control, and we took the route of deeding it with all these restrictions on the deed that if the intended use wasn't fulfilled, then ownership would revert back to the city.
So in lieu of cash payment for the property, we've substituted the restrictions.
Yes, by way of the restrictions, the intended public purpose is still preserved, and the public access is preserved, and the expense and maintenance responsibility transfers to First Bank.
All I need to know, except one question from a historical perspective, why were these arcades covered? In that there's no building over top of it? I mean,
Just weather protection for the people going from the parking lot to the Santa Fe.
Okay.
And it did keep snow and ice from building up on the walkway, so they were protected from snow and ice, didn't have to worry about shoveling or ice removal because they had the roofs over them.
Makes sense.
And back in the day, it was a pretty trendy thing.
I guess without air conditioning, you could probably get a little breeze going through there every once in a while. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any questions, concerns from the public?
Thank you, Mayor, Commissioners. John Blanchard. And as in the past, since we have to wait through the whole meeting for Citizens Forum, I certainly want to get my money's worth here. First of all, I want to express my support for the plan that First Bank wants to do here. I also would support the price they want to pay. Couple reasons. One is that I live in the downtown area, and I walk up and down Santa Fe from Mulberry to Elm and back with my dog every single day. And there are places, and by and large, 95% of the downtown looks great. There are some places that don't look so good. I would rank First Bank's maintenance of their property right at the very top. Just the one concern that I have from a user standpoint is that for several months the lights on 7th Street were out between Mulberry and Walnut. And I think the city manager, I brought it to his attention, and within a day I think it was fixed, so I appreciate that. We're back to walking on 7th Street. But I think if they open up that arcade, some of the street lighting will help when they take the roof off, some of the parking lot lighting will help to illuminate the arcade area. And so my only concern really is that, is there any additional light, and what do they have in place to make sure that is well lit? Because I would concur with you, Commissioner Longbine, that those arcades, the two on the north side of, or on the west side, or east side, west side.
West.
One up there by Ad Astra and the other one on the block south of that people don't really use them. And the other point I'll make in support of the arcade there is that, they have a parking lot that's right adjacent to there. And when they originally came years ago to say, we want to remove the arcade, the main concern at that point was that then we'd be directing pedestrian traffic through a parking area where cars are parked and they'd be backing up. Looks like this plan eliminates all that, and the plans look great. But it's not being used anyway. People are taking the more dangerous route through that parking area. So I would encourage that, and also if there's anything you can do to encourage Salina Downtown Inc. to make grants available for removing the other arcades that are there, I would maybe encourage them to explore that option as well. Thank you.
All right, any other comments? No one online? Any action to be taken by the commission? I'm sorry, yes, sir.
Quick comment.
Sure.
To that point, there is provision in section, in covenant number 3, as to First Bank providing lighting for the pedestrian walkway at the same level during the same hours. Oh, I'm sorry. There's provision in covenant 3 that First Bank shall provide lighting for the pedestrian walkway at the same level and during the same hours as the city provides lighting for public sidewalks in the downtown public right-of-way. And First Bank shall be responsible for the associated utility costs. So there was an effort to make sure that the lighting is consistent. And just a quick note, as Mr. Scragg mentioned, certainly the discussions as to content were the result of discussions at the administrative level. And it's one of those where, for purposes of First Bank, this deed could have been a single page, single line, it's yours, and we have full confidence with what you will do. The concern was anticipating time. I saw those arcades being built, actually, as a child. I thought they were pretty cool at the time to be able to walk through a tunnel like that. But given the potential for, would hope it's a long, long time before there might be any change, if at all, in that ownership, but recognize it was our responsibility and the public interest to assume that that could change. So all of this detail is more in anticipation of what could theoretically go wrong in the decades, if not centuries to come, rather than the current circumstance.
Was it Ronald Reagan? Trust but verify. Okay. Do we have a motion on the floor?
Mayor, I
Okay, I
make a
couldn't
motion
remember. Okay.
to authorize the mayor to sign the attached special warranty deed transferring ownership of the 10-foot pedestrian arcade to First Bank, Kansas, once all preconditions have been met by First Bank.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded to transfer ownership of the covered arcade located on the east side of the 200 block of South Santa Fe Avenue to First Bank, Kansas. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0. Do we have any other business?
Yeah, I do.
Okay, Commissioner Longbine.
First, I would like to thank and commend all the city staff that worked very hard to facilitate the Crossroads Marathon that took place Saturday. Of everything I saw, it was a well-run event, and It took a lot of staff and resources, law enforcement from all different agencies helped out, and hopefully that will be a fall tradition. And the weather was pretty good, but a little cold. But also, I want to commend the sound system, David and everyone that worked on that. It's been quite a relief this meeting, being able to actually hear and hear well. So, great job on that.
Right. Any other business? All right. We'll move to Citizens Forum, opportunity to address the commission on the topic of your choice. Please limit your comments to 3 minutes.
Andrew Manley, 31 Crestview. So I'll piggyback on what you said about the Salina Crossroads Marathon. That was a tremendous success, so I want to thank the city of Salina for even entertaining it. I know this has been a while. Oh gosh, I have a clock, sorry. We had over 800 runners in over 30 states, an estimated impact of $400,000. I had the pleasure of running in it, and I got to speak with about a dozen people from other states, and they just raved about the race. Yeah, it's not the biggest race in the world, but we hope it will be. Quality over quantity for right now. They loved it. They loved the course. They loved downtown. They loved cozy burgers afterwards. Who would have thought cozy burgers after a marathon was good? They got one. They walked away. They came back, got 2 more. They go, this is awesome. So we went through about 800 burgers. Loved all the volunteers, spectators, workers. Todd Welsh was out there as I was going up the hill. Indian Rock, thank you. That was the worst time to get me on video. Made a successful event. Most of all, they love Salina, and they want to be back if we have it again, which is the intent. So special shout out to Sergeant McCary, Brent Buckwald, Jim Teutsch. So I'm the random guy that called you. On Friday at 2 p.m., we had a mudslide over by the 4-H building, and I go, it was on the route, and I go, what can you do? First of all, he answered my phone call. I didn't have to. I'm just some random citizen calling at 2 p.m. on a Friday who's going to pick up that about mud on a road. So picked it up. 30 minutes later, had 2 guys out there. The guys cared. The guys got it done, got it cleaned up. So thank you, Jim. That's a good shout out. Also had ice on the bridge at Lakewood because it rained the night before and it was 32 degrees. It was a sheet of ice. So 30 minutes later, police was out there. Ice melt, I call it a flamethrower. I don't know what it is, but it was kind of fun to watch. We got pictures of it. So really cool. The attention, the speed. I know you guys don't hear good news all the time, but this is all good news from the city of Salina. So I wanted to say thank you. I appreciate it.
I actually want to return the thank you.
What was your time?
150 and a half.
Good.
It was like good for 50th or something like that.
But I certainly want to return the thank you for the volunteers that went out of their way to put the event on in the first place. And we've struggled with marathons before. Coming up with a route that's not disruptive can be the hardest thing. And this group was so flexible in terms of working with us and brainstorming what I think was a pretty creative solution. I wasn't running in the marathon, but I was driving and looking at every road crossing as it was going on, and that route certainly minimized the road crossings, maximized the use of the trails, maximized connectivity between our parks, and I'm not sure we could have come up with a better route.
Yeah, and there'll be adjustments as disruptions to roads happen every year. This is the first year. A lot of people are hesitant to run in inaugural races just because there's so many bugs to work out. But we did have over 150 from out of state, another 150 from out of Salina. So tremendous amount of people stayed in hotels, ate, everything here. They love downtown. They love running downtown. Again, there are improvements, as I do run a lot of races, on how you can minimize some of that traffic disruption. I saw it a handful of times. I was actually one of the only marathon committee members that ran in it because everybody else was working it. So I actually got to see a lot of these intersections, and I took mental notes that we'll improve that, and hopefully, after we get city's feedback on the disruptions, hopefully we can do it again. Thank you.
All right. Anyone else?
Debbie Corrales.
When Overland Park repealed their breed ban, I contacted Paul Lyons. He is a member of the park, the Public Safety Board, and a city commissioner, and this is what he did. These are his words. We started looking into the issue after I was approached by a resident following a vote to eliminate BSL in Prairie Village in late 2019. The initiative was put on hold in early 2020 after the pandemic started. Knowing it was an emotional issue for many, I wanted to make sure there would be plenty of opportunities for residents on both sides of the issue to comment. In early 2021, we put an article in the Quarterly Overview magazine to make the public aware the council was considering an ordinance change to eliminate the pit bull ban. Any resident interested in expressing an opinion was directed to send me an email. I collected the emails with the support of staff. A summary of responses were shared with the Public Safety Committee and eventually the full council. We also devised a question to include in the biannual Citizens Opinion Survey that was conducted in the summer. The question simply asked residents whether they were against removing the ban, or wanted to keep it. The survey provided us with a statistically valid result of opinions across the city. It showed residents favored removing the ban 80 to 20. The email responses were closer 90 to 10. Lastly, we set up a web page on the city website inviting anyone to post comments on the subject. We received over 1,800 comments. Over 87% were in favor of eliminating the ban. The responses confirmed residents of OP were overwhelmingly in favor of allowing pit bull dogs back in the city. We worked with an animal rights attorney from Lawrence, Katie, as well as the head of a local animal shelter to develop a list of experts, witnesses who would be present their views to the Public Safety Committee in a hearing dedicated to the issue of May of 2021. In June of 2021, we conducted the public comment meeting. 20 people more or less spoke. Only one spoke in favor of keeping the ban. Following the public comments, legal staff took direction from the committee to draft an ordinance, which I provided you with, removing breed-specific language and improving the dangerous animal ordinance in other ways, including adjusting registration fees, strengthening regulations on tethering. Suggestions were based on recommended from the experts who presented in May. From that point on, it was pretty straightforward. It was obvious that the unanimous support of the committee to eliminate the ban. It was a matter of setting the right language in the ordinance. Full council approved it unanimously without comment. That's a good commissioner. A citizen came to him and said, hey, this is what I think we need to do, and he led the way. This city put it off for a year and a half, recommended a $9.99 book written by an attorney with no animal experience, and kept the ban. Ridiculous.
You left your clipboard, Ms. Corrales.
He'll get it.
Okay.
Thank you.
Your favorite subject. Tyler Sartain of Salina, Kansas. You probably see us sitting outside these last couple months. We have a petition to get the citizens of Salina involved with city government and changing a law potentially. We really would love to have all the citizens in Salina and have their input. We had this legal petition. We're almost done. So we know it'll be coming to you guys eventually to either vote on or say, hey, we're going to put it up for a public vote. So either way, I encourage that you guys do your research, talk with some veterinarians. We've talked with over 2,000 people. We've been trying to keep track of how many we've had. Overwhelmingly, we've had a lot of positive responses. We've talked with a few people that did not support this, but they did not like the aspect of being told that they can't have a dog. That's just their personal opinion. Like, we don't want the dogs, but we don't believe that you should be told that you cannot have a dog. Respected. We also talked with a couple victims that have also been attacked. And this one, she was 4 years old when it happened. She was bit in the face, and the dog was pregnant. So she was trying to protect herself. She didn't blame the dog. The parents didn't think, it was right, but they put the dog down while pregnant, which sad. Our shelter has been putting a couple dogs down. You can look that up. We've had at least 21 dogs put down, which is really sad. And when we talk to a lot of the people out here in the community, they still believe that we are a no-kill shelter, yet we are allowed to kill up to a certain percentage, and that's also with a few minor discretions in there. So if you want any more info, we're going to be over by Dillon's on Cloud in Ohio tomorrow from 2 to 6. We would love to talk with you guys, and if you have any more info, you can follow us on our Facebook, which is Salina's Against BSL, and just get out and vote tomorrow. So thank you.
Norman Mantle, Salina, Kansas. Dr. Davis, thank you for mentioning Veterans Day coming up. This is about the first time in 2 years this governing body, city and county, has mentioned anything about Veterans Day. You've not mentioned it in the past. Why not? Maybe none of you are veterans. You have an obligation to serve. You don't have to wait for the draft. I did in 1966. You owe us a bunch. You ought to be in combat. It's not fun. So I'm glad that you're recognizing it. But what is the city? Are you participating in any activities? Are you donating any monetary or any issues, any property? We in agriculture have been donating to veterans issues. So the city, you can't do it? You ought to find out who Pat Tillman is.
I might add to that, there will be a Veterans Day service Friday, Sunset Park, War Memorial at 11 a.m. Friday at 11 a.m., Sunset Park, War Memorial, Veterans Day service.
Thank you, Commissioner. John Blanchard, 11th month, 11th day, 11th hour. And thank you, Norman, for bringing that up, and Mayor Davis for bringing that up. Just real briefly, I also thank my father, who is a retired Air Force, for his service as well, and to all of those out there who gave. As also a reminder, tomorrow is Election Day, and if we really want to honor our veterans, then we'll all be out voting, or if we haven't already. Couple things I'd like to do is thank the city clerk for following up on my not receiving the notifications. As it turned out, I didn't for 2 weeks, but I appreciate her reaching out and resolving that. I received it this week. Also like to thank the city manager for resolving the lights being out on, as I mentioned before, on 7th Street. That was very prompt, and I appreciate that. And I was on the phone with Holly McCain, and I said, you know what, I'll bet they don't even know they're out. And so I brought it up, and just in case you don't know they're out, I'll let you know there's another one out, but I'll do that privately with you. Couple things I have. One is that I missed the meeting a couple of weeks ago about the public forums, and I appreciate that you guys are setting those up and doing them. I also want to address the fact that Mr. Ben Winholtz got up and had made some comments about economic development, to which Mr. Hoppick, Commissioner Hoppick, you kind of chastised him, and I would just invite you to go back and read a study done in 2012 by a group out of Dallas called the Site Selection Group. And one of the findings that they made first in their study was that there was a reluctance to participate in the study from local firms, and that there was pushback from growing our businesses from external sources. So I would invite you to do that, and if you feel it in your heart, I'd offer Mr. Winholtz an apology. As far as the emergency access roads, I've asked those questions over and over, and not sure if I'm going to get a response on that, but I'd also like to thank the city manager for having a conversation with me about these on the phone a couple weeks ago. And during that conversation, you had mentioned that there was an analysis done on all the developments that had single access. And just real quick, did that include commercial and industrial developments, or were those just residential?
I believe it was all of the above.
Okay, because I went back and looked at Appendix D, and I looked at Chapter 5 too. Chapter 5 of the 2000, this is 2003, and the reason I looked at 2003 because it involved Menards. And the reason why I went back to look at Menards was because I went back to look at the apartment development that was approved a few months ago, and as you recall, it was pulled back because Menards refused to go along with the plan. But if Menards had gone along with the plan, it would be yet another subdivision that was single access that the Planning Commission was not giving adequate information on in order to act on. And I don't hold, just to be perfectly clear, I don't hold the fire department responsible for this at all. If there's a DRT meeting, that's where it probably ought to come up. Well, I'll just wrap it up. So just for your reference, the Menards, because in section Appendix D, it has section 104 for commercial industrial development, single fire apparatus roads, has an exception on there for developments that are up to 124,000 square feet. I believe Menards is probably between 150 and 200,000 square feet, plus the motel that's there adds to that. So I don't know if that was on the list that was looked at, but I would look at that because to add a substantial amount of apartments on top of that, like I said, I'm looking at that when I went back and was doing some of my research. So I didn't email that to you. I emailed you several other things.
Okay.
Appreciate that. Thank you for the time.
McGinnis, not McCain. Holly.
Holly? Oh, my apologies, Holly.
Okay.
Thank you. She took care of it.
Okay. Any other comments? All right. We are going to have a request for an executive session, but ask that we put a 5-minute break before that executive session starts.
And if I could just preface that a little bit, we've modified the wording of the motion to reflect kind of the current status of the conversation. So you have that at your seat. It does a little bit more in terms of describing the topic, includes a reference to Presidio Development, who is been brought into the conversation by Dreber, and then it also acknowledges participation by our financial advisors, Stiefel, in particular Matt Webster, and possibly David Arterberry will be joining us, along with legal counsel, myself, Deputy City Manager, Assistant City Manager, and Director of Community Development Services.
All right.
I'm thinking an hour.
All right.
6:19 and 7:19.
So we could just go from 6:20 to 7:20?
Go 6:20.
And we'll just take a
round up.
7-minute break instead.
Gonna take a 7-minute break. Mayor, I move the City Commission take a 7-minute break and recess into executive session for 60 minutes to discuss with legal counsel the subject of ongoing legal considerations relating to the Drever Partners LLC development proposal, including discussion of confidential terms of negotiation of a potential development agreement for possible implementation of a version of the proposal by Presidio Development Partners LLC of San Francisco, California, with the benefit of participation and input during the executive session from representatives of Stiefel, the city's financial advisor, based upon the need for consultation with an attorney for the public body, which would be deemed privileged in the attorney-client relationship pursuant to KSA 75-7319B2. The open meeting will resume in this room at 7:20 p.m.
Second. It's been moved and seconded to recess into executive session for 60 minutes, beginning at 6:20. for legal discussion of confidential terms of negotiation as described. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. We will be back at 7:20. microphone on. All right, thank you. We are back in regular session, and a lot of work and good conversation accomplished, but we have nothing to take action on today. This will be a to-be-continued saga. Any other comments, business, before we move to adjourn?
Motion to adjourn.
I'll second.
Any opposed to that? We are adjourned. Thank you.